All right. Good evening and welcome to the East Point City Council work session for April 13th, 2026. Madam Deputy Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hemming.
Present.
Councilmember Friedley.
Present.
Councilmember Atkins. Councilmember Ziegler.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell.
Present.
Councilmember Caldwell.
Present.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Present.
Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. So for tonight, we can get started with the presentations. But before we go to the presentations, I would like to go through some items for council to, for consent. So I'm going to start with the new agenda items. Agenda item number 12. Do we have consent?
Yes, consent.
Consent 13. Item number 14.
Consent.
Item number 15.
Consent.
16. I'm sorry, you have something on 15?
No to 15.
Consent. 16, we have consent? Discussion. All right. So item number 17, is there a motion to take?
That one is not ready per the chief, and so he's asking that to be moved to the May work session, please.
Okay.
Okay, do I need to call a motion for that one or just move it?
No, once you go through and determine consent and removal or additions, then you'll just get a motion on the entire thing.
Okay. Yes.
Can you ensure that the deputy city clerk hears what you are saying? I've gotten a couple of telephone calls where they are saying they cannot hear our meetings via the microphone. So I was just asking that, Madam Mayor, just ensure, and then oftentimes our agendas I just want to ensure that the deputy clerk knows that item number 17 should be removed and go to the May work session or whichever meeting in May is going to. Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, can you confirm that that will be on the May work session?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 18, consent?
Yes.
Item number 19, consent?
Yes.
Okay. Item number 20, consent? No? You want
Yeah, that's
discussion on
fine.
that
Yeah.
one? Okay, so we have discussion on item number 20.
The lights on?
20, item number 20, well, I'm sorry, item number 24, consent? I'm sorry, item number 20,
I think that's discussion, right?
21, discussion.
Yeah.
Item number 22, discussion. Item number 23, discussion. Okay. Item number 24,
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
It's been reported that item number 24 needs to be moved to the May work session as well.
okay. Madam Deputy Clerk, can you confirm that we're moving item number 24 to the May work session?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 25, consent.
Consent.
Item number 26, discussion for item number 26. Item number 27, consent or discussion?
Discussion.
Okay, discussion. Number 28. Okay. Item number 29. Okay. Consent. Item number 30. Okay. Item number 31. Yes.
Adding a number 31, if I can get approval when you do the agenda to add a discussion and consideration on an amendment to an emergency East Point Main Street Association MOU.
Okay. Yes. All right. item number, so this item number 32, discussion or consent? I mean, discussion.
I guess they don't want to keep it or move it, I guess.
No, 31 is the Main Street Association,
Mm-hmm.
but he has a resolution.
So that will be item number 32 now.
Yeah. 32 Yes.
Okay. And then number 33, we have discussion.
The new
This is-
33?
The new 33 is discussion and possible action on an ordinance for mixed-use income housing.
Since we're in the ordinance, it'll be free, but it could go.
This,
May, the new item number 34 is going to go for May.
that's item number 33.
I'm sorry.
So item number 30.
What you need?
Item number 33 is going to May, and that's discussion and possible action on an ordinance for mixed-use income housing?
Yes.
Okay, so that's May. Madam Deputy Clerk, did you get that?
Yes.
Okay. So now
new
the item number
33.
30, I'm
The
sorry?
new 33.
Right, that's going on to May.
Okay.
Item number 34.
Well, now your numbering's back right, since you took one off.
So it's 33. So, oh, yeah, I got me messed up. Okay, so we're on item number 33, and that is going to be, I need to take that off, so I'm going to remove that. So that is now going to be item number 30. So we're going to be on item number 33 is now budget work session, follow-up, and calendar, and budget calendar. Item number 34 is discussion, yes. And number 34 is the monthly department status report. That's in 34. And I'm taking off item number 36, so it's item number 34. It's a discussion.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
what are we going to move your items to another meeting?
No, we're going to remove that and combine that to number, so you can just take it off.
What numbers are we?
30, on the agenda, what you have right now is number 35, but the updated agenda is going to be number 34.
Madam Mayor, just for clarity, you're removing communications and digital channel performance report?
I'm sorry, yes. We're removing that one and keeping number 34.
Monthly department
Yes.
status reports, that's
Yes.
staying.
That's staying as discussion, yes. Right, and the work session agenda procedures, which is now number 33.
That's coming off.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we hear items, I'm afraid to say the numbering, so I'm just going to say the title because I'm assuming I'm going to get it wrong. I'd like to make a motion that we hear items number 20, 21. Oh, I'm sorry, I did say I was going to read them. These are the items that I'd like to hear, if it's amenable to the council. The council discussion and possible action on approving the corrected contract amount for vendor Pike Electric LLC. I'm not going to continue the title. Hopefully, folks grab it from there. The second thing I would like to prioritize is item number 22, which is council discussion and possible action on zoning application P2026RZ-001-02. Next.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Hemming, when you say prioritize,
You want to do them individually?
Huh?
You want me to do them do one motion at a time?
No, I'm just, so it's already for discussion, so what I'm trying to understand is what are you changing about number 22?
I'm asking if we can hear these items before some of the other items that are listed as presentations.
Okay, so you want to move these items up to the top of the agenda. So
At-
item number 20, item number 21, and number 22?
Yes. And 23 as well. I'm trying to make it clear for the record, Madam Mayor, what I'm trying to do is prioritize the items that have staff presentation or staff discussion items to come before some of the other items that doesn't necessarily require the full breadth of the staff to be here to discuss.
I understand.
Okay.
So 20, 21, and 20 through 23.
Yes, ma'am. And then also, Councilmember Caldwell just called to my attention item number 26, which is the vendor JOC Construction LLC. That item, as well, there are two items for vendor JOC Construction. And I think those are all of the items that I'm asking to be moved before other items are discussed. So that's my motion.
Okay, so let's get the approval of, are there any more changes, amendments to the agenda?
Can we just make sure that we've covered all staff? I think you got to 27. I'm also seeing the one that we added, the East Point Main Street MOU.
That's
Oh, that's
legal.
yours. Okay. Then never mind. We're done.
Okay, so now we need a motion to approve the agenda with, okay. With all the items that have, may we have a motion to approve the agenda with the items that have just been discussed?
Should we vote on the motion to move my items first, or no?
That's all going to be a part of
Okay.
it. So we'll start with your so we're moving 20 through 22,
Correct.
20 through 23 to the before presentations?
Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
Actually, we have someone from the public here for number 1. So if we can take the staff items, start flowing the staff items after, like from 2 on,
Okay.
right?
Okay,
So because
so for
1
number-
is a vendor here.
Okay, okay.
So number 2, after number 2, we'll go through items 20 through 23 and 26 and 27.
I had a quick question.
Councilwoman Mitchell?
A point was just raised, since we don't approve the agendas during work session, is this needed?
So because you have a quorum here and you are doing significant changes to an agenda that had already been published to the public, making a motion to collectively agree on the changes, I don't think that's a bad idea to have a record that you have changed your agenda after the public has seen an agenda that looks significantly different than what you just approved, or
I
what you
think-
just
isn't it
considered.
also under discretion of the mayor, she can kind of skip around? Would a motion be needed? Okay. So would there be a motion, or can we just give how we would like the agenda to go and let the mayor?
Well, that's the thing, because a motion was made,
Okay.
unless the maker of the motion wants to take it back, a motion was made, so she kind of has to now dispose of the motion. And to the extent that there's any disagreement on the changes, then you have majority, if you guys vote yes, you will have a majority saying that they agree with the changes that you guys just talked about.
Okay.
So someone has now made a motion, the motion was seconding it, it would need to be disposed of unless the maker wants to take it back.
Councilwoman Hemmings, do you want to keep the motion on the floor, or do you want to keep your motion on the floor?
I'd like to, Madam Mayor, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. May I have a second? Okay, second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. We will now move on to the presentation section of the agenda. And the first person we have up is, so the first presentation is the government tax solution.
Mayor, Mayor and Council, I'd like to have our staff, Jeff, come up and introduce our presenter.
Okay, and council, as we have a few more presentation items than we typically have on the work session agenda, we're just going to try to be mindful of time. And so just thank you, sir, for your presentation. And I think we're going to start the clock for about like 3 to 4 minutes, if that's possible. Okay. If you need more time, then you can just add. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeffrey Jackson. I'm the Property Tax Coordinator for the City of East Point. Today, I come to you with a statement, and that statement is the Property Tax Division in East Point operates with a staff of 3, a tax coordinator, a tax representative, and a tax clerk, who collectively manage billing, customer service, current taxes, delinquent taxes, and collections. While this team handles essential day-to-day operations, the city's ability to actively pursue delinquent taxes is limited. Most property tax delinquent accounts result in liens, after which the city must wait for a property sale or a Fulton County tax sale to receive payment, and then it's often only a partial payment. This challenge is intensified by Georgia law OCGA 48-3-21, which prevents the collection of taxes after 7 years, forcing the city to write off unpaid balances. Because Fulton County conducts tax sales, many property owners prioritize county taxes while leaving city taxes unpaid or severely underpaid. Given the size of East Point's tax digest, a fully effective tax division will require at least 6 employees. With only half that staffing, the city cannot consistently pursue delinquent accounts before they expire. This is why a service such as GTS is needed. GTS provides specialized property tax expertise, advanced tracking tools, and dedicated outreach that the current staff cannot support. Their involvement allows the city to recover more revenue, reduce write-offs, and ensure delinquent accounts receive timely and proactive attention, all without the cost of adding full-time employees. In short, GTS fills the operational gap between what the city must collect and what the current staffing level can realistically achieve. And with that, I present to you Mr. P.T. Waldrop from GTS Services. Thank you.
Hi there, I appreciate you having me here today. I'm a partner of a company called Government Tax Services, LLC, DBA Government Tax Solutions, GTS. We're a Georgia-based company. I'm actually located in Carrollton. We have been in business since 1996, and we do one thing, and that is the administration of delinquent property taxes. So we administer delinquent property taxes just in the state of Georgia, all over the state of Georgia. We work for your county, Fulton County. We work for Webster County, population 4,000. We work for Chatham County. So we work with cities and municipalities all over the state. The way we work is we handle everything from the intent to FIFA all the way up to and including if a property has to be auctioned off on the courthouse steps. Very few properties ever get to that point. That's not our goal. We're not in the business to sell property. We're in the business to collect delinquent property taxes. So obviously we're going to follow the law. We do everything the letter of the law requires for the administration standpoint of collecting the taxes, but we go above and beyond that with phone campaigns, with our accurate TLO searches, our notification, everything we can to make sure that property gets paid. Without the end process, and I think Mr. Jeffrey spoke to it, some people just are not going to pay their taxes. So our process works where we are revenue neutral to your city. Our fee is paid for by the delinquent taxpayer. Most of the municipalities, counties we work for like that, they think the delinquent tax person should pay for the administration of them not paying their taxes on time like everybody else does, instead of hiring a large staff and having to hire more people. We do not receipt money. We never touch money. All that administration is handled by your city. What we do is we just administer and do all the back leg work from A to Z to get the property taxes collected. Any questions that I can answer for you?
Yes, we'll go through questions and then discussions. Woman Hemmings, I saw you first.
Madam Mayor, if I may, to the presenter and Mr. Jackson. May I to the presenter, Mr. Jackson? May I speak to the presenter? Okay. Mr. Jackson and Mr. Wallace, thank you for this presentation. Could you give us I think you said it in your opening remarks, but I might have missed it. What's the magnitude of this problem? Like, how much money are we forgoing annually because of delinquent taxes?
Because of the volume.
Microphone.
We collect each year at around 92%, between 91 to 93%. And if you look at a $25 million net for the city, then you were talking about whatever 90, I'm sorry I don't have those numbers, but whatever 92 of that is, and then that's going to leave the 8% that is not paid. So that's left on the table. And that's only for this year. Let's look at the previous years. And we have years where we filed liens, but because we don't sell the properties, we don't collect the money. And after a few years, it falls off. So that's uncollectible money. So we're looking at, I would say, and I don't want to guess, can I send that to you? I do not want to guess. So if y'all will give me the opportunity, I'll make sure that you receive that information.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Waldrop, or is it Wallace? Did I make your name up?
Waldrop, yes, ma'am.
Sir. I'm just curious about, and of course, I'm sure some of this strategy you don't say publicly, but in the city of East Point, we have, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, quite a bit of our taxes, quite a bit of our properties that are owned by LLCs, and they're very buried. So can you just talk about how your strategies are successful in recouping delinquent taxes from those groups?
Mm-hmm. So the first thing we start with is a property card. Every parcel has a property card. By law, we have to, notify the interest holder and the person that's located on that property card. But we run a title on every property that we work. We run a title on the property and we find out everybody that has interest in that property. We send everyone that has interest in that property certified notice. First, we start with an initial notice that says we've been hired by the city of East Point to assist in the collection of delinquent taxes. If they're not paid by X date, we could proceed further with collection experience. Usually we collect anywhere from 30 to 40% on the front end from that point. So we sort of look at it as this big bucket. So let's say we have 1,000 delinquent parcels. We're going to collect between the intent to FIFA notice. We mail intent to FIFAs for a lot of cities. Some cities do it themselves. Between the intent to FIFA and our stage 1 notice, you're probably going to collect about 70–80% of them right there. So you're going to have, say, Mr. Jeffrey said about 7% is what of is delinquent now. So we get those files, we build a file, we start with the property card, Fulton County property card. We run a title on the property and find out everybody that's got interest in the parcel. By law, we have to send everybody a notice 20 days prior to the advertising of the property in the paper for a tax sale. So like right now, this week is our deadline for June. Right now, we're mailing notices this week, which is 20 days prior to the advertising starting in May for a June tax sale. On average, we probably end up with maybe 10% of the entire parcels that we start with that actually go to tax sale. And 9 times out of 10, those that do go to tax sale, a lot of times they're blighted properties. They're properties that sometimes they're estate issues. Sometimes it's been left to several people and they're like, we don't want the property. Some people get this stigma that like, we're putting a little old lady out of her house, and that's not the case. It doesn't ever work that way. And the way it works is at any time during the process, the city of East Point is in control of the final parcels that would actually go to the tax sale. So I think I've given you a long-winded answer, but we run a title on the parcel. We send everybody notification. We have a proprietary software system. We're hooked up to the USPS postal system. They dump their notifications every other day. We grab those. Any parcel that we're working, your staff here would have access to plug that parcel number in, see every piece of notification, everything that's went to the individual, where it's went, who signed for it, what hasn't been signed for. And then a week prior to the tax sale, there's 2 things that we highly recommend that gets the last ones collected. One, by law, you do not have to post.
Excuse me for a second. I just wanted to make sure that your question had been answered. I just want to be mindful of, not to interrupt or be rude. I just want to be mindful of time and make sure that the questions are being answered. So,
Yeah, thank you,
okay.
Madam Mayor. The question was answered, and I think I just want to state for the record, I'm glad that you brought up the comment about the little old lady. I would hope that as a city, our strategy would be to go after those who are not owner-occupied homes, who are not doing right by the city, as opposed to people who are, down on their luck, trying to, keep up with their taxes but falling behind for one reason or the other. We do have lots of properties, I'm sure you know better than I do, Mr. Jackson, where folks have just left our city and then kind of left their mess behind. And so I would hope that whatever strategy you come up with is sensitive to that and prioritizes groups that we would tackle so that there is opportunity for us to maintain the ownership of people who live here in the city first and foremost. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we're going to go to Councilman Mitchell, then to Councilwoman Ziegler, and I think I saw Councilwoman Freely's mic on. Councilman Mitchell?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. So I did have some questions around the blighted property taxes. I know that's a big issue for us, and just listening to your presentation, you mentioned you do a lot of the administrative legwork for things of this nature. So I know one of the bigger problems we're having with blighted property taxes is actually tracking down the owner of these properties.
So we shouldn't have any problem finding the owner of the property.
Okay.
But what I will tell you is when you have a blighted property, 2 things. One, you cannot make somebody pay taxes, and you cannot make somebody buy a piece of property at a tax sale. So you could have a piece of blighted property that the owner is like, to heck with it, I'm not interested in it. And the city may be like, we don't have an interest in it too. So we have properties at times that nobody bids on. But with that said, we also have a lot of properties that are blighted that somebody else comes in and they say, hey, I can do something with this parcel, and they're willing to buy it for the delinquent property taxes.
So how could the city be involved in that? So say if we do have a blighted piece of land that the owner's given up on, what recourse does the city have? Say it's missing, bringing on values in the neighborhood. Could the city be involved to come? I know we're not in real estate, but I'm not sure we have certain laws like.
So we have some cities that have earmarked certain properties that are blighted properties that they purchase themselves, the city does, where they want to clean it up, they want to make green space, or they want to do something with it like that. That's the only way I can think of that the city would actually be involved.
So once we do have a property that's becoming a nuisance, like, so either we condemn it, we tear it down, or what will happen? So say we just have a blighted property that nobody wants.
It would have to go to a tax sale to change hands. So if you guys, if there's an old building on the property and you have torn it down, you can put a materials lien on the property for that, depending on how much it is. Somebody might buy it, somebody might not. But the parcel has to change hands, somehow. So either the current owner signs it over to the city, or they're not paying property taxes and it goes to tax sale and it sells at a tax sale.
Will any of our authorities be able to purchase these lands, or, you know what I mean?
I think that would be a question for your city attorney.
Something like our business.
So what usually happens is if you have a land bank, or if you're with the Fulton County Land Bank. Say that again?
I was thinking about the land trust, you said the land bank?
Yes.
Okay.
That's one way where you can use your authorities to purchase those properties. But the process you're talking about to condemn it, to declare it a nuisance, that's going to involve your municipal court.
Mm-hmm.
That's not where these folks get involved. They're just trying to go out after your delinquent ad valorem taxes on real property to ensure that, do you guys do personal property too?
We do.
Oh,
We work
perfect.
personal also.
So they're just going after your ad valorem taxes on where they're delinquent and selling them. You may be familiar with, like, first Tuesday of every month, Fulton County sells their delinquent tax
Or the
deeds.
liens, yeah.
And they're only selling the interest in the tax deed. They're not actually selling ownership in the property, right? And so they're selling the tax deed so that the tax deed purchaser then stands in the shoes, technically, of East Point, right? And the property owner can come and redeem their property.
I think they have
It's-
a year.
They do have a year, but they're going to pay interest and all of that. But this is getting some movement on getting your delinquent taxes collected. Whether it's a blighted property or not, right? Like, it doesn't matter the condition of the property for them to act. It just must be overdue taxes.
Delinquent taxes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All Oh, thank you. Councilwoman Ziegler and then Councilman Freely.
Yes, thank you. I think that you may have said this very quickly in the beginning, but, and I also see it on the agenda, that there is no cost to the city for us to work with you. So how does that work? So can you explain a little bit more about that?
Yes, ma'am. So we charge a flat fee per parcel to work the property. It doesn't matter if it's $500 that's delinquent or $5 million that's delinquent. We charge a flat fee for each parcel. That fee that we charge is paid by the delinquent taxpayer. It's added into the cost of the delinquent taxes.
Okay, great. And Mr. City Manager, did we have another presentation? Am I remembering this correctly, from a different company, or was that over something different?
Thank you. Different company, different service, but same model, if
Okay.
they will, because they also help us boost up our revenues, but they working through building permits in other areas, short-term rentals and things of that nature.
Okay.
But same kind of concept.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you. Okay.
Attorney Wiggins did mention personal property. We work personal property taxes also. Businesses, businesses that are whatever it is, it's delinquent on personal as well.
And I guess another question for me, if I know of properties, I know that there's a particular business on Virginia Avenue where they have a very large back tax bill. Is there any way that I can tell you, or who would I get in contact with, since you're not part of our staff, to let y'all know, hey, I need you to go after these people?
That would be whoever, we're working for that's given us the list of delinquent properties that, that they want us to work.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, Councilman Freely.
Thank you. Just real quick question for the city manager, I guess. I realize this is a presentation, but I assume that there will be an ask to, potentially retain this firm or some firm like it. Is that the idea?
Yes, the ask would be just to grant the city manager authority to pursue a relationship with this company. There is a contract, even though it's not, we talked about the way that it's purchased or the monetary piece of it. There is a contract, should be,
It's going to be at your next meeting.
there you go, next meeting.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Caldwell, are you out or? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Is it Mr. Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. So I heard you loud and clearly, small team, unable to get to some of the delinquent property taxes, and so a solution like this would be helpful.
Yes.
Councilmember Ziegler did ask one of my questions, which is how you would be compensated and for your level of effort and time. So really my questions are for city manager around just procedural things. Typically, these type of solutions would go for bid, and I know that you mentioned that this was a single source or should be considered single source procurement. Is that correct?
Yes, to my understanding, this company has went through a procurement process with the city in the past, and it was accepted. I was looking for my procurement manager, but my understanding is they went through that process once before, and so this is why they're considered to be a single source.
That's why they're considered being a single source?
Yes, to my understanding, that is why they're considered to be a single source.
They were.
Okay. So I guess it might be, city attorney, like, does that expire at any point? Because it sounds like that process took place several years ago.
Councilmember Caldwell, I had the same question when they said that this company had gone through an RFP some while ago. What I understand is that after that RFP process, we never did business with them. I don't recall the details, but I had the same question. I don't think, though, having been through an RFP makes them single source. I think that's a different consideration. But hopefully Mr. Lawrence can give us some insight.
Yeah, that's correct. Just because we did the RFP, it doesn't make them single source. However, the fact that we did an RFP and they were selected, we're basing off the fact that, hey, we never moved forward with that RFP. The RFP didn't, technically speaking, RFP will cancel if you're dealing with pricing, but since this was no cost, this is where we're basing the whole single source justification off of. So there was no cost of this, to the city that is. However, we're not utilizing them as the winner from that RFP because it was back in 2009. So the single source justification is just the fact that, hey, these guys did not work for the city. They did not provide us with the service. However, we did this RFP, we did the solicitation, so we're coming back with the single source justification and based upon that. Not solely on the fact that they won, but on the fact that we've actually tried to do business before, did not move forward with that business.
So, and thank you for that explanation and clarification. The ordinance does provide like what qualifies as a single source, and it basically says that we would need to conduct a good faith review of available sources. So have we done that? I mean, it sounds like we're deeming them single source because of a previously selected RFP, but not because we did a review of available sources.
No, well, technically speaking, the RFP was a review of the available sources. Now, if it be the council will, if that's something that you all would like for us to go back out for solicitation, that's not a problem. But that was, I mean, it was two people, two vendors at that time. And this is a specialized type service that they're offering to that point where it's no cost to the city. So that's one of the reasons why we went to single source justification route.
And I guess the only other thing, and now we can decide as council, when we say no cost, right? There's no upfront cost, but there is a cost to do business with them. And technically, if we were collecting the money ourselves, we would get 100% of the cost, but we're having to give a piece of that over for their level of effort. So how are you paid again?
No, ma'am. So our fee is added to the delinquent taxpayers bill. It's not coming out of, so if they owe $1,000 and our fee's $200 to administer the process, run the title and do everything, then they owe $1,200. You still get 100% of your taxes.
Okay. I definitely understand that. I guess another question for City Attorney. Are we able to apply an additional fee to taxes? Okay.
485-161C2 allows for the cost of delinquent tax administration, other costs that come into play to collect the delinquent property taxes.
Okay. Last statement, and then I'll yield. I would, because the RFP was several years ago, just to make sure with things changing that we're being good stewards of taxpayer dollars, or even our resources, but just to make sure that we're getting the best deal, I would personally like to see it go out for bid, but I'll yield to the council.
That is not a problem.
Thank you.
Once again, if that's what council's will is, we would definitely have no problem doing that.
Okay, thank you so much. And then Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and thank you so much for your presentation. It used to be a member of council, and he used to say the devil is in the details. 17 years for RFP is unacceptable. I mean, I looked at the memorandum from the city manager's office, and it is concerning because they support this company, and it says that you all have been contracted with over 100 municipalities. And then the justification that was provided in the memo was the city previously conducted a procurement process under number 2009-1348. Usually the first number is an indicator of when the RFQ went out. 2009. That makes the RFP referenced in the communication almost 20 years old. No. Government Tax Solutions was selected through that process, and based on that prior selection through that RFP, its expertise, it's a no-cost service to the city. I don't believe that that is true, and the recommendation is that the city proceed as a single source provider. I cannot support this recommendation at this time. The city has a procurement process, and normally the validity process is 60 to 120 days, 180 days, but rarely is it more than a year, and rarely is it more like 17 years. 17 years. This matter should be reissued through the RFP process as the original procurement nearly 20 years ago, because it's old. We've had updates to our ordinances. One that stands out is a local preference. A new competitive solicitation is necessary to ensure compliance and alignment. This is also a violation of the Charter, Section 4-3305, sole source, which I think one of the council colleagues mentioned. It's also a violation of the ethics policy for obvious reasons. And Section 2-501, fiduciary responsibility. Elected officials and appointed officers have a fiduciary duty to citizens and should act in accordance with their responsibilities that benefit citizens. I support this being rerouted to the Office of Procurement, which is consistent with the established charter rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more on this topic? If not, then we will move forward. Is this moving forward to the, are we moving this forward to the regular meeting? Or is this staying here? Yeah, okay. I'm sorry?
Should it go on the agenda for action? What's that?
Is it going on the agenda for action in the next meeting, for the regular meeting, or discussion and possible action?
I would say, oh, I'm sorry.
Do we need a motion to keep this? Go ahead, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Because this is no cost to the city, I think that it would be okay to just put this on the regular meeting for a vote.
Okay, all right. Madam Deputy Clerk, please add this to the regular meeting agenda. Thank you for your presentation. All right. The next item for presentation is by the Solid Waste Department, addressing challenges with data transparency and practical solutions. Do we have someone from Solid Waste?
Yes, Mayor, Council, will have Interim Director Whitehead move forward and walk us through this item.
Okay. And if we can put 10 minutes on the clock.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You get, I'm sorry, so there'll be a 10 minutes for the presentation. You have one round of questions that can, for like 3 minutes, and then you have another round for discussion. 10 minutes for the brief. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. When I stepped into the role of interim director of solid waste, I inherited a department operating without the foundation elements needed for success. There were no reliable data system, no transparent goals, and no documented solution for long-standing operational issues. The lack of structure made performance impossible to track and challenge difficult to diagnose. Drawing from my experience as assistant director, my first priority was to establish clarity. I conducted a comprehensive assessment of solid waste, identified critical gaps, and began building the foundation system the department had needed in many, many years. Within 8 months, I started implementing measurable improvements. Established the department's first data tracking process, enabling performance metrics, route efficiency monitoring, and staffing visibility. Created transparent operational goals so employees, leadership, and residents could clearly understand solid waste objective for the first time. Excuse me. Identified the document's core operational issues that were previously unknown due to lack of data, including productivity bottlenecks, equipment downtime patterns, and route level service delays. I am trying to lay down the ground rules for long-term operational reform, ensuring future leadership inherits a structured, data-driven, and accountable department. By building this foundation, I shift solid waste from operating reactively to beginning to function strategically. The systems I put in place are now enable informed decision-making, consistent service delivery, and clearly understanding of department needs and priorities. Beforehand, everybody was discussing solid waste was behind the wall, but there was never no solution to solid waste coming from behind that wall. What I mean by solid waste behind the wall is deficits, not knowing where revenue going, allocation going, wherever. Right now, we're trying to be to a transparent place, and the questions that was arrived previously, these are the answers that was coming towards us. Here is the solid waste administration's cost, the staffing. As you can see, we have vacant positions in there where I have a supervisor, Horace Adams. I take my hats off to him, where he's jumping from truck to truck, trying to help people out. On Thursday, me as an interim director, I'm on back of the truck throwing garbage because I'm short with staffing. And I have Horace jump from a garbage truck, roll-off truck, front end, whatever trucks are needed, or even at times, he'll get in the back of the truck, just to make it where we can cover the city of East Point's residents to keep them happy. We're trying to keep that good name going. As you see with our solid waste units, we never had anything in place far as inspecting our units on a daily basis, Fridays, where we come in and we do a thorough inspection. That was something that was put in place since I took on ownership of solid waste. If the shop can't do it, majority of our trucks have to be outsourced. Right now, I'm just showing 2 of the trucks that's at vendors right now. Here is our franchise fees. When we putting franchise fees coming in quarterly, I can't say, well, this is where they allocating the money at. Solid waste showing me this amount, the balance or whatever, but this is what I brought in the system so I can at least know what came in for solid waste as franchise. Okay, that's a blank screen. I don't know why. My whole presentation gone. Anyway, so a question was arised where all this was in the presentation. I don't know what happened about the single-family home versus multi-family homes. As I did my research, I did look at where the multi-family is getting majority, not even majority, they're getting all the service versus what residential family are, and that is an imbalance in solid waste that will be fixed. As far as bringing in-house recycling, I'm trying to recall it off because my presentation is gone. Bringing in solid waste, as I did the numbers, it showed where if it did come into solid waste recycling, we'll save over $300,000 versus the $750,000 that we're paying annually. Along with that, I would say I would have to wait a year so we can build solid waste up as far as funding wise, because just to go out and buy recycling Kirby's, it'd cost us over $500,000 to get 10,000 recycled Kirby's in here. So that would be a point where I say let's hold off until we're able to fund that. Okay, so in solid waste, we are now using the data we collected daily to carry out our work with greater accuracy, inefficiencies, and accountability.
Point of information, can we have Deputy City Clerk help him get the presentation loaded so that this can be a meaningful conversation? It should be on the website at least. Can we pull it up from the website?
What's your point of order?
Oh, it's point of information.
Point of, is that a point of order? I don't
Yeah.
think- Is that a rule?
Yeah.
She's-
Madam Attorney, can you just confirm?
The point
this
of information, well, she's making a point of order. Councilmember Ziegler is making a point of order, and our rules require you to call out the rule that when you make the point of order. The only thing is that we don't have a point of information, but it is recognized by Robert's Rules of Order. It's just not in our council rules.
And in the top of where it talks about the rules that council observes, it talks about something about how we should adhere to whatever is the current Robert's Rules of
That's right.
Order.
That's what I'm saying. It's
Okay.
recognized by Robert, just not in ours. So she doesn't have a number to call out, is all I'm saying.
Okay, so, but the point is valid for?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you, Councilwoman Ziegler.
Sure thing.
All right. They're pulling out their information. Are you comfortable to keep going?
Oh, yes,
until we-
no problem.
she's pulling
I
it
was
out?
in my closing statement.
I understand. Thank
Okay.
you.
So in solid waste, we are now using the data we collect daily to carry out our work with greater accuracy, efficiency, and accountability. By analyzing service routes, workloads, response time, equipment usage, and community patterns, we can make smarter operational decisions, reducing delays, optimizing routes, and delivering more reliable service to our residents. At the same time, we are applying the same data to address broader enterprise challenges, whether it's improving system integration, identifying gaps, or planning long-term solutions. Our team is committed to using data as a tool to strengthen the entire organization. This approach helps us move from reacting to problem to predicting and preventing solutions at hand.
Thank you.
That's
And
it.
just to confirm, is there an ask of council tonight, or is this your presentation for information for council at this?
No, this was information that was asked of me in the previous meeting
Okay.
from Dr. Martin, City Manager Rogers, City Council Member Rogers.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So I just was pretty much, oh, she done closed out. I was answering all the questions and at hand, trying to move forward to what we're doing now. So
Thank-
we can be a transparency of what's happening.
Thank you so much. I should have clarified that question before now, but now I'll move to Councilwoman Hemmings for her round of questioning.
I just have a statement. Mr. Whitehead, I want to thank you for what you're doing. Change is very hard. Change management processes are very hard. Having to communicate why things look different before. You said a couple of things that are very important to me. Data-informed decisions and proactive decisions. I read your presentation very carefully. I looked at your fuel consumption. I looked at what you're doing to make sure that we have accurate inventory. These are the types of things that are going to make East Point more efficient and more effective in service delivery. I know that sometimes these are challenging to do these types of presentations, but I think this just gives more facts and substance to some of the recommendations you're making. So thank you for your innovation and bringing these ideas to the city.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
And thank you so much for your presentation. I did have time to look at it briefly, and I have additional questions that I want to go on record with. The city manager asked all departments to cut their budgets by 10%. I'd like to see where that was reflected in your new presentation. I did not see that. Also, I'm sorry, Madam Deputy Clerk, can you make sure that you are tracking? Thank you. Where are the royalty funds located in this report? I wasn't able to find it in this report. Should I go back to the other report?
No, with the royalty funds, could you be clear on that? Because our franchise fees is our royalty fund. For the transfer station that you asked, what was coming in, that is $5,833. That was in the presentation, so you would have seen that in there if you would
Okay,
have
I'll
looked
go
at
back
the
and grab
transfer
the
leasing.
presentation because I don't want to belabor the point. But in this presentation, you talked about the cost of recycling. I think I asked if it was to come in-house versus private haulers. I didn't see the cost of the carts because the carts, when you are recycling cost, right now that is being outsourced. So for simple math, if the carts if we have 8,500 people that we're servicing for recycling, that's $55 per cart. That's an additional cost of $487,500. So if you could get the cost of the carts, if we were to come in-house, and then also the chart indicates that we'll save $313,000 every year, making it 42% less expensive than a private hauler. But after the first year, you have in that presentation that it's a loss of $154,500.
So the cards cost $54.85.
$54 for the carts?
Yes, ma'am, $54.85. And the reason I say that will be coming right now, again, I don't know the numbers with solid waste because of the fact that the deficit, everybody's saying that I need to see numbers. So once I see my numbers, meaning the previous administration, I'm not going to even go there. But anyway, so with trying to buy these carts to bring in, our first year, yes, we will go in the red due to the fact that the carts will take us over that $300,000 that we'll be saving. So the first year, that's where we'll be in a deficit far as buying cars. But the following year, the the revenue will improve from there.
Okay, I'll also need more information on your administrative department, the job descriptions, as it's not a fixed staffing requirement, but I want to know, because right there, the director position is vacant. Are you factoring in these sanitation, utility dispatchers? All of those are vacants. Is that still a part of the admin cost?
All that is in there, that's just 1.6, and if you minus the vacants that was in there, which is 3,020, then it comes out to 1.3 is what we're at right now.
All right, and I was also trying to figure out the inventory for the trucks, because I know that right now, the litter pickups they are housed in Public Works, but I wanted to see what the appetite was for council, so that we could have 4 trucks that go out 5 days a week just to address the litter in East Point. So I will go back through the truck inventory, but what I'm also requesting is, what are the numbers for commercial hauling? Commercial hauling, and why aren't we pursuing and consolidating our commercial haulers? You don't have to answer that tonight. You can send that to me in an email, and then just a better breakdown of royalty fees.
So with the commercial hauling right now, we're at $18 per unit if we're talking about multifamily, the apartment complex, and the business that we're servicing. This is the chart that they'll be using as the property owners and apartments you get. They'll see that the compactors now will be going up to $325. The open top, meaning it's an open top container that we go to apartments to service that they throw furniture in. Right now, they just sitting on there. It wasn't a fee where they got to rent the container that's just sitting there. It's sitting there until we go service it. So to me, that's revenue that was lost. Even though we get a pool service charge, we still letting the container sit there. We can use those containers for community service or other services that is needed. But instead, we're letting them sit at apartment complex. So we do have that that information, showing far as the commercial request that you asked. It's just a breakdown. If you want a full chart, I can send that, but we're not using that at this moment. Only thing we're using is what's in y'all ordinance, the $18 per apartment.
But if we could make more money, what you're saying with commercial hauling,
yes,
then that would be a good look for a presentation.
I brought that before, but at that time that we spoke, about that commercial hauling, that also was trying to be implemented July 1st.
Okay.
So,
sorry, one second. Thank you.
So I'll yield, but maybe I'll send you my questions via email, because I'd rather this increase be put on the commercial hauling and not on resident.
It won't be on resident. It's definitely going to be on commercial hauling.
Okay. Thank you so much, and we will look forward to that email for clarification. I think Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the presentation. I will say, first comment, it's good to see, or just kind of hear your vision around, establishing clarity, identifying those gaps, and I love the fact that you were focused on implementing measurable improvements. One question I had about the screen that's up here, so you kind of explained it, and I didn't understand that when I went through the presentation the first time. How do we set increase on multifamily?
On the multifamily, this is it.
Yes. So this is a totally new add-on type of, they will still have the per unit price, but for anyone that has an extra container for the purposes of furniture, then this container fee, okay.
So with multifamily right now, they usually have an open top container where we go and they throw furniture in or whatever excess garbage that can't fit into the compactor. We'll go service that, and they just keep it on their property, which is making solid waste lose money, revenue coming in. But once July 1st comes, if everything is passed through you guys, this will change, because they will have to literally sign paperwork saying, I need this service twice a week, da, da, da. And now we actually following the money. We can see how much revenue coming in. We can understand what's going on. If you guys, stakeholders out there in the world, want to see what's going on, that's the transparency we'll have already on record, as well as customer care and everybody else.
Do all of the multifamily units, they're renting, or they've gotten those containers from us, or do they own some of those containers? Like, are we confident that we'll get a rental fee plus pickup fee?
Oh, definitely, because they only use East Point services.
Okay, got it. So the last question is, last week you presented the need for, or the budget at 4.4 million. I appreciate just seeing some cost savings, specifically with the recycle and potentially to come with fuel, possibly with this new schedule. Is there any way that we could recalculate that rate based on these new cost savings that are presented? Like, does that 4.4 million still stand as the required budget if we're anticipating over 300,000 in savings from bringing recycle in-house?
Oh, the 750,000 that we pay public service.
Right.
I'm not getting, so yes, with that saving, we will have that saving cost, because right now I'm showing where if we were to bring recycling in-house, I would need 2 drivers, 4 laborers in order to go and collect the recycling, because this would have to be 2 routes instead of 1 route to that recycle. So they'll be collecting 2 routes due to every resident don't recycle. So therefore, it'd probably be a lighter weight on 1 route, so they would have to cover 2 routes. So if you look at it, I did incorporate where if it was contaminated recycle, it costs us $150 to dump that per ton if it's contaminated. So therefore, instead of me saying, well, it's going to be $100 to dump, I just went on ahead and put contamination in there, because it's going to be areas that's going to be contaminated. You put 1 contaminated can in that recycle, the whole truck is contaminated.
Right.
So that's why I included that, and that's what we'll be looking at if we was to bring it in-house. But once again, with us working behind the wall, I don't want to put us in a deeper situation. I prefer us to clam that wall, knock that wall down, build what we can, then go out and purchase what we can do.
Right. So one of the things I wanted to see was, like, how can we also meet residents somewhere in the middle, so that because we're proposing, or what that last presentation proposed was a 26% increase to residents. And this seems like there's some reduction we can do internally, plus, I don't know, possibly still the need to, increase costs, but maybe that doesn't look like 26%. So what I was hoping for is you take the savings that you are estimating and, propose possibly a different, cost to residents if there is still a need to increase cost to residents.
So after last week session, and Councilmember Rogers spoke on that, again, I went and did my own research to make sure before we even say that we're going to increase residents' rates. It's easier, again, to go with the multifamily, because the rates that we're talking about putting on the residents is easy to go with them property managers right now, because we are giving them 3, 4, 5 times service what we're doing residents. Residents only get one service a week, when you got property managers, apartment complex, and everybody, multifamily homes, getting service twice and sometimes 3 times a week.
Okay, so it sounds like you'll be able to come back with recalculated numbers where maybe the single-family homes aren't seeing the increase, but the multifamily, they're obviously with this new cost structure, there will be some increase there.
Yes, because I can show you right now with the units that are getting service twice a week, what the outcome would be with what we have now.
Okay, I would like to see that calculation.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Can it be in 2 months?
All right, thank you. And are there any more questions? Okay, thank you for your presentation. We can move on. I just have a question about when you're talking about residential impact. when you do the presentation, like what you presented, which is super helpful, can we, and if it's here, I do apologize, but if it is not, is there a way that as we're getting the presentations, the numbers, trends, et cetera, that we can have a slide that says something about like residential impact? Whether it's 2 or 3 bullets, just from your, it doesn't have to be a lot of stuff, but from your professional perspective, 2 or 3 bullets or 5 about the residential impact. That way we can paint a picture and kind of summarize what we have. But thank you a lot for your information. I would like to understand, do you have turnover, a high turnover? Do you know the percentage of turnover in your department?
We don't have a high turnover. Just recently, people left due to the fact of it's overworking them, and they feel that nobody see us, and that's what we're trying to better ourselves at.
That's a part of us moving forward, is to understand the morale
Yes.
within our staff and what you're talking about today. So I'm not going to keep you long. I can follow up with some additional questions, but thank you for your report tonight.
No problem.
Thank you. All right, council, we are on the third presentation, which is this is from Public Works. And just want to stay mindful of time. On the last 2 presentations, we went over a little bit, so I know we have adjusted the agenda a bit, so we just want to keep being mindful of time.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. We'll have Jeff Reeves, our Public
right,
Works Director,
one
walk us through this item.
Go ahead, City Manager. Do we have any lights today?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm enjoying this really nice
It's cozy, but
ambiance
we're
that we
great.
have going on, but I don't know.
We're trying to get it
Oh.
turned on now.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
all right. No? Okay.
It's kind of cozy, but.
All right. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeffrey Reeves, Director of Public Works, and I have Cadell Hall, Assistant Public Works Director. Yes, ma'am. This evening's presentation is to provide you with an update of the Downtown Multi-Model Project. One of the things of this project, completion date has expired as far as March of 2026. We may be needing some discussion on a temporary hard stop for the end of May 26 through June 2026. With the hard stop with this project, once it picks back up in July, would end in November. Some of the issues that we have with the hard stop will require some legal review for the contractual agreements. And there also have been delays in the project, and the city manager has discussed some financial restitution or compensation back to the city based on the contract completion timeline. So I recommend that those financial discussions, we may need to have a more of an involved conversation with our legal department offline. So Director Cadell will have a few slides to show you more of an update of what's going on with the project.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Cadell Hall, Assistant Director of Public Works, and I'm going to go over an update of the GDOT project, LCI Downtown Multimodal Improvements. This is a description of the project, just to get the history. The project is, will implement streetscaping, gateway features, as well as traffic calming and multimodal connectivity elements in downtown East Point. The limits of the project are from on Main Street and East Point Street, from Washington Road up to Cleveland Avenue. The improvements will also take place on the side streets of Dorsey Avenue, Thompson Avenue, White Way, and West Cleveland Avenue. The awarded contractor is DAF Concrete, LLC. Our construction management team is by Benchmark Management, and the original contract cost was $4,471,000 approximately. Yes, and this is a federally funded or GDOT funded project. Here is just a rendering of how the project will look on downtown Main Street. Once finished, you see, as you already see now, some of the brick paver drive aisles and the parking, as well as some of the streetscape elements, and this includes the landscape for the final product. Yes, you also see the construction on the Martyr side of the project, which include a 8-foot multimodal or pedestrian and bike path. They pretty much completed all the construction on that side, so wrapping up all the improvements on the Martyr side as well. I want to go over some of the challenges that we've had with the project. There's been a number of unanticipated conflicts with existing utilities that may not have been properly identified in the original construction drawings. We've had non-compliant water services connections that made service disruptions a frequent occurrence. In other words, we have older water system, sometimes shallow, sometimes leaking, that constantly have to work around, have to get repairs, having to work with our water resource team on continuously making those improvements. With this type of project, you want to make sure everything's done correctly the first time. We don't want to come back in 3 years from now, tearing out our beautiful streetscape. So we're making sure we're making all the repairs initially the first time. We also been some issues with material procurement challenges. This project has been going on design since 2013. So a lot of the original elements don't exist anymore. Materials may have had needed replacements, so there were some delays on getting comparable materials that match the original intent of the design. So working those issues out with the contractor, making sure that we have something that fits the intent of the project. So those are some of the issues, as well as major AT&T underground relocations. Here's a drawing showing all the work we plan on completing prior to the hard stop June 1st, Mr. Reeves discussed. We plan on having all the elements on Main Street completed and wrapped up prior to that hard stop date. So we're giving the contractor time to complete all the improvements, the landscaping, clean up this area in preparation for that hard stop, and resuming July 20th. Current activity, we have demolition and concrete work, storm drain installation along the Martyr side as described. The contractors have installed all the underground stormwater pipes along the west side of the street, in front of Thompson Avenue, all the way up to Cleveland Avenue. We're working with our water resources team again on resolving some of the conflicts that we're having with the water lines. So we're working with them to continue building out the remainder of the roadway bed in preparation of that hard stop date. We're also going to be installing bollards, benches, trash receptacles, as well as landscaping along Main Street. June 1st, 2026 is a hard stop, and we've also been given a moratorium from Georgia Department of Transportation on all the state routes impacted on stopping work prior to the World Cup games. And we attached a copy of the moratorium that we received from GDOT just April 9th on what's going to be allowed, the dates that they're asking everyone to remove all materials and construction off of the state routes. While we're here, I want to kind of discuss some of our other ongoing city projects. We have North Desert Drive resurfacing, which will also include sidewalks. We have given a notice to proceed date for April 20th. We have Conley Drive sidewalks from Judson Drive to Collins Drive, starting April 20th as well. Sylvan Road sidewalks, which is going north towards the city of Atlanta. We're just getting all the paperwork finalized with the contractor and have a start date this spring as well. Our pavement groups for resurfacing, Group A has completed approximately 9 miles of resurfacing. That's also DAF Concrete. Group B, which is A&S Paving, has completed about 1.5 miles of resurfacing, notably on Headland Drive from Ridgecrest to Paul D. West. That contractor also just recently completed paving Rockwood Drive. Group C, which is primarily in Ward D, they completed over 13 miles of resurfacing, and since then they've mobilized back at East Point to do some of the checklists, repairs, patching along those streets in their neighborhoods. So now open the floor for any discussion.
Councilwoman Hemming?
Madam Mayor, if I may, to the presenters. Thank you, Mr. Reeves and Mr. Hall. I'm sorry, I blanked on your name for a moment. My apologies. Mr. Hall, I'm excited about this project coming to fruition. I think I heard you say that this has been in development since 2013, so this is a long time in the making. So I'm happy that it's being done, and I have a challenge. A couple of the business owners have reached out to me about notifications of when construction is happening. So one that's reached out to me is a yoga studio, and, you know, the drilling and things that have to happen. So I'm just curious about how you're making them aware of when certain activities are happening and things of that nature, so it minimizes the impact to their businesses.
So we've attended several of the downtown business meetings along with our economic development group. They have on like every other Wednesday in the morning. So being engaged, I'm familiar with the yoga studio as well. We're also having our contractors try to daily impact the businesses, you know, go out and speak with them about making sure they have access, any of the challenges they have. But definitely want to continue improving our communication. But we have been engaged with the business community.
Thank you very much. And then I have one question. I don't know how the paving grades are made, and I noticed on your last slide, one of the streets, Luther, I don't know if it's Luther Drive or Avenue, but it's off of Dorsey. You all just did a beautiful repaving of Dorsey. I'm excited about that. Can't wait to see the stripes go down. But as I've been told by the residents on Luther, their street hasn't been repaved in 30 years. I don't know if the data suggests that or not, but I'm just curious, what group are they in, and when will Luther get repaved?
In Group A, which has been the most active group,
Okay.
those contracts are set to not exceed $5 million annually.
Okay.
So we're trying to get a grasp on where they are budget-wise before we could maybe come back and ask for permission to do more with that contract. But definitely, that's one of the areas we want to touch on next. Like you said, we just kind of missed that one street there. So
Luther's on the list.
yes, we already have the estimate and everything from the contractor.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Well,
Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. You answered a lot of the questions that I had in the presentation, so I wasn't sure if I still had any. But one question I had is, so this, what we're seeing here, this is the full, all of this will be completed by June 1st.
everything that's circled in the red is anticipated to be completed by June the 1st.
Okay, so that's what our residents will see coming downtown. The other thing is for the Ward D, can we get a list of the streets, neighborhoods that are going to be touched with that, just so, because it's definitely come up in our community meetings as far as when some of these repavement, pavement activities are going to take place. So it'd be nice to go back to those specific areas and provide them with updates.
Okay. We can also, I put it on our first slide, but all of our information as far as paving, full list of streets and everything, if you go to our transportation page, eastpointcity.gov, /transportation, or you can navigate through the public works page and find this information.
She was talking about some of the resurfacing in that Ward D, like in Heritage Park, that process is already started now.
Yes. Okay, yeah, and we may be referring to some of the streets that we started working on that we came back and do some repairs on in Ward D.
Yes, those,
So-
and I believe one community, I don't think it's been touched yet.
Okay.
So, Sun Valley,
Sun Valley was done last year.
I'm gonna have to go back over there.
He said,
Okay,
somebody was done
I'll go
last
back
year.
and confirm.
We'll give you an
Okay.
update on that,
Okay.
provide you an update on Sun Valley.
Okay. And the last thing I'll say, this is just a comment. We've heard, or at least I've heard, a couple of complaints about just the length of time it's taken to do the construction or the road work, specifically on Main Street and in some areas. So at some point, maybe like to hear you all come back with, for the future and for next year, how you're addressing some of those delays and what we can expect and what we can communicate back to residents.
So the project started their construction approximately March 2025, just given the timeline. So right here at a year now. So Main Street challenges, this is a reconstruction more so than a construction of dealing with existing infrastructure. So we've kind of met those challenges, getting ahead of some of those things, that we continue making progress. As you see on the Marta side, we completely already picked up the pace and addressed some of the time and delivery with the contractor. So I think we're on pace to keep everything on track.
Last question.
And to answer to your question about how we're going to address the future projects and keeping them on a timeline, one of the things that we will be doing more is just reviewing the contractor's experiences more so, and then bring it to mayor and council saying, hey, they might have been the lowest or best bidder, but we're looking at some of the things that they've had in reference to their previous history may not meet what we need to have or what we're trying to meet in East Point, and keeping a contract, a company that has an accurate bid, a company that has the staffing to get the project done in a timeline that's been prescribed in the contract. So we're working with our procurement department, and we discussed that in our city managers meetings as well about how we want to address those issues.
Okay, it's good to hear the learnings from that.
Yes, ma'am.
I said it's good to hear the learning, like what you've learned and how you're going to implement
Yes,
that
ma'am.
in like the RFP process moving forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Last question is, driving down Main Street, it seems like it comes to like one lane and then it opens back up to 2 lanes. Is the final product going to be 1 lane and then opening back up to 2 lanes, or is that going to be 2 lanes all the way down?
It'll be 2 lanes going all the way down.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Just the final striping will be different. It's kind of overlaid with the old striping, so it's a little confusing, but it'll be 2 lanes.
I noticed that this evening.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. In regards to the cleanup and how everything needs to be kind of like off of this particular road for FIFA, does that also include like the commons area where we have some construction equipment stored and things like that?
Yes, we have contacted the companies that have been storing the construction debris. Yeah, we have contacted them and told them we need to have that stuff, those items moved, so we can have that area all cleared up around there.
Okay, and that's like at the point of the commons, like where it kind of comes to it?
Right there when you come
Yeah.
across from the gas station, if you're coming up. Yes, ma'am. Yeah,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you. And I know we'll talk about Ward B projects a little bit later, but, just to remind everybody that we have 3 GET communities in our city. All of them are in Ward B, and they have been identified as GET communities because they have had for many years had little to no investments put in them, and so we're trying to help them as much as we can. And I know River Park is on the list to get repaved possibly this year, but let's also not forget about Center Park and East Washington as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I just have a couple of questions. One, since we're doing adding a lot of sidewalks to our community, are we tracking East Point's walkability score? I know that we have had improvements over the years due to the work that has been done, but that is a point that can definitely raise, the story in our city. So,
And Cadell, give you a little bit more on that, but one of the things that we're in the process of doing also is doing a overall sidewalk evaluation along with our streets to get a evaluation of all our sidewalks within the city, some type of rating system for all of those as well. So we'll be doing that process probably in this next budget year. Look at that.
Just want to add in as well, the Safe Streets for All grant that we receive, we'll be looking at factors like that, equity and improvements, ratings of sidewalks, pedestrian safety and everything. So that's part of that project as well. We actually have the evaluations for the proposals out now, so should be getting started soon.
okay, thank you so much. And my second question was, during construction and projects in the city, we get a lot of feedback from our citizens, their community meetings or just passing, sometimes they call. But my question is there an opportunity to leverage See, Click, Fix to allow our residents to engage with the project in an indirect way? I mean, obviously, we're getting phone calls and information in our meetings and things like that, but are we leveraging technology to allow our citizens to engage with us, and so also we can track that information and kind of say the project was successful? Because, and I'm almost finished, but what they see, they see things that we may not see when we have contractors out there working and things like that. So we want to give them tools and opportunities to weigh in if that's possible. Is that something that you're leveraging right now? or have plans to?
Well, we do have a lot of folks engaged in C-Click fixing public works, but that's definitely a good idea. But one of the things we're trying to bring back is a system, that the Strata system, I think that's what it was, where we have, where the citizens can go pinpoint where a project is, see the cost, see the status, even to be able to put some updates in there. So that's something that we're looking at trying to bring back. We had it a few years ago, something that with the system. I guess when we changed over to BSNA, we lost that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and keep moving the city forward.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're back at items number, I think we jumped, so item number 20 through 23. So item number 20, council discussion and possible action on approving the correction of the contract amount. Okay, is this the one that item number 20, East Point Power? Oh, hi, how are you?
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Item number 20 is the grid hardening project. I apologize for not putting that in the headlines, but it's a grid hardening project.
I'm sorry, one question. Before you continue, is there an ask? Is this information? What's the objective for this one?
And ask to approve the correct number.
Okay, thank you.
So I brought this before the Mayor and Council before, but we made a typographical error and it's not 500,000, it's 5 million over 3 years. So, but this is a grid hardening project. We're about 45% complete. We have all the pipes in the ground, and we're about to start pulling the wires and connecting transformers. So once that's done, hopefully like late September, late August, early September, then we'll be removing our overhead lines along Ben Hill.
Sure, I would like to make the motion that we approve the corrected contract amount for vendor Pike Electric LLC.
Mr. Mitchell?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Madam Mayor, this is for it to go on next meeting.
So we're not doing it tonight?
Right.
Okay.
Not for this one. There are some that we will need motions on for tonight, but not this one.
Okay, so no action be taken tonight on this?
Correct. It's just discussion was to determine whether it should go on consent for next week.
Oh.
Councilwoman Hemming and then Councilwoman Cobb.
Thank you, Mr. Dell. Madam Mayor, if it's okay, to the presenter. It looks like this was previously approved. Can you give, I see your justification letter, but I don't see like the timeline, when it was approved and things like that. So just to repeat back to make sure I understand, this has been approved at some date. There was an error, missing some zeros, basically. And now we are updating the contract on our side to reflect the work that was already commissioned. There's funding, all of those things. This is to correct the clerical issue. Is that correct? Okay. And do you remember or recall when this was previously approved with the 500,000 instead of 5 million?
No, I don't have that date with me. I can definitely get it.
Okay. Okay. And then just a note for the Deputy City Clerk. We are able to pull up the justification letter, but we're not able to pull up the action item printout through our email. It keeps trying to force logging in. It won't let us pull down the information. Thank you, Mr. Dell.
Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. So my question is similar to Councilmember Hemmings. Just wanted to know when this came before council as a vote, and was there any supporting documentation to show like this is truly 5 million versus the 500,000 that potentially got approved? And I guess also for city manager, is this budgeted for? Like, we just want to confirm that it was a typo versus anything else.
Got you. So,
So, Councilwoman, the contract, when it was approved, It had 5 million. My department, as we're going to approve the requisition, we need the correct verbiage on the agenda. It only said 500,000. So we got with the city attorney, said we need to bring this back to correct this because it's just a typo, but the contract itself, when it was approved, was 5 million. But of course, in order for my staff to approve and move on, we need to have the right verbiage from you guys.
And maybe just seeing like when it came before council, it would have been in the agenda packet or something, some additional information would have been provided at that time, right?
Yes, absolutely. It was all attached
Okay.
in that item. Yes, ma'am.
So it would be helpful to see the date and just to get us up to speed because we're new council members and I don't think this came before us.
Absolutely.
In particular. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, it may be in the best interest of council, given the comments, that this not go on consent so that they can upload that background information from the $5 million contract, and it just be an agenda item for next week.
So we are moving this item to the agenda for next week, please. And just one quick question about the agenda. So the links that we have on the agenda, they're asking you to log in, but when you click the packet, all of the information that is parallel to the links come up as well? Okay, I'll ask offline. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, a modification to what the city attorney just said. Would it be appropriate for this item to go to consent with the attachment, with the supporting attachments?
If that's the will of council is that?
That's perfect, and what I'm hearing is that it is attached, just that some of you can't open it, but the $5 million contract is supposedly attached to the agenda item you have tonight.
I think it's in the packet and not the link. I think the links aren't working, but the full packet.
Y'all get this?
We get an email, and the email has links where you click on each of the items.
Yeah. If you go to I know what you're saying because I have to log in too, but the agenda packet has everything. It's not itemized like the. So it is there. It's there, but I thought it was there. Okay.
I don't want to believe it. If it's there.
Madam Mayor, with you all's
I was gonna ask.
permission, we can go send this to the clerk's office and they can distribute it to you all, and you all can make a final decision this evening. That's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm fine with it going on consent so long as we get the contract. Because right now, what we have is just a justification letter.
Gotcha.
That's all.
Gotcha.
And to answer the question about date, it was September 21st, 2023 was the
Okay.
date of the original agreement.
I got it. Okay. Thank you very much. So, Madam Mayor, I'd be happy to put this on consent, given that the background information is forthcoming.
Councilman Mitchell?
Yeah, that was going to be my point. I think they're going to get us some information, and we'll have to have a discussion our next meeting, but since we're getting it tonight,
Okay.
I'm not sure.
So you're saying that if we get the information tonight, it can go on consent? If not, then it goes to the next meeting for approval?
Yeah, just so we
Okay.
can get the information and discuss it in case we have any questions. But if we're getting it tonight,
It will have to come back.
I dare say we can always take things off consent agenda. Is that correct? Okay. So, I mean, yeah, so I guess if anyone has any questions, we can take it off for our
Okay.
next meeting. All right, thank you.
Yeah, so right now it's still on consent. All right. Moving on to item number 21. What?
I think that's a power item, but they went to his office to send you all whatever their request was.
Yep, Mayor, Council, I think Director Smith ready to walk us through this item. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have 2 items this evening. The first one is a rezoning petition known as case number P2026RZ-001-02, properties located at 3005 Sims Street, and it is a rezoning. The applicant is Sharifa Jackson, owned by Deuce Homes LLC. The current zoning of the property is our R1A Urban Residential Zoning District. The property is approximately 0.365 plus or minus acres, which is about 1/3 of an acre. And the applicant is specifically requesting a rezoning from R1A Urban Residential to RT, which is our Residential Townhome District. This is a picture of the zoning map, and the property at hand is outlined in the blue on the corner of West Taylor and Sims. You can see it a little better on the land use map. The land use map designation is redevelopment neighborhood. As you see, it's on the corner. These types of redevelopment neighborhoods have an assortment of housing types, which includes single-family, two-family, and multifamily. The applicant is requesting a rezoning to our townhome residential district. This is a copy of our land use map, which designates the property as a redevelopment neighborhood, and it also shows the East Point MARTA Station TOD, Transit Oriented Development, Livable City Initiative Study Reference. That's what the map is showing. And in this particular map, in this study, because it's within 1 mile of a MARTA station, the study actually allots for 25 to 75 units per acre. This particular applicant is asking for 3 attached townhomes, which would fit within the density that is slated for the area, based on the transit-oriented development study, as well as the land use and comprehensive plan. Staff recommended approval of the zoning from R1A to RT. There were 3 conditions. The first condition is to comply with the plans. Compliance with the plans, the development shall substantially conform to the site plan submitted with the application submitted to staff, subject to staff's approval and final adjustments. Condition number 2 involves landscaping and screening. A minimum landscape buffer with evergreen planting shall be installed along the property lines adjoining single family pursuant to Chapter 6 landscape requirements. And the third condition deals with them having to comply with the infill ordinance, which is known as Article J in our zoning code. The Planning Commission did accept staff's recommendation for approval with the 3 conditions just stated. And that's the end of our presentation, and the applicant is present.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Any question? Councilwoman Hemming.
Madam Mayor, would it be appropriate to direct questions to the applicant?
Yes.
Hello, how are you this evening?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm excited to hear about this, but I have a couple of questions and maybe some concerns. I'm curious about your intention. Is the intention of these to be for resale, or are they for purposes of renting to include short-term rentals?
So short-term, it would be rental, not short-term rental, but residence. When the market allows for the price of sale, that's when they would go up for sale. So once construction is complete, they would go for sale. If they don't immediately go for sale, then they would go for rental until market prices enable sale. So the intention is to separate into 3 separate units at the time we submit for the building permit. So, I mean, 3 separate lots. So that they would always be 3 separate lots with the intention of homeowners owning.
Given that, and I understand market conditions, and I understand that our job is not to regulate what you privately do with your property, but I'd be curious if you would put some HOA restrictions or some sort of covenants in place that would regulate the use of them. So, for example, to preclude short-term rentals as an option. I understand a long-term rental, but I would want to make sure that it doesn't become a bunch of townhomes that are then rented short-term. And then some other things that I was curious about is I only saw in your presentation maybe a black and white of sketches, and it looked like the garages were on the front side of the development. Is that right?
Correct. So, yes, the garages are in the front with the driveways so that we can give ample green space. So if we go to the site plan, let's see. Yeah. So if you look, so that each unit can have their own private backyard, if we put the garages on the back, then we have to run a driveway in the back and create an easement for each property so that the properties on the end, in the middle, can get, and so they lose their green space that way. So if we have the garages on the front, they can have their parking off of the street, trash on the inside, and everyone still has green space and stormwater management.
So I guess I'm curious about what you, I know that there's more that comes in the design process, but I'm curious about how you're thinking about the traffic. So my hope would be that the parking would be in the rear so that the overflow onto the neighboring streets would be minimized and that there would be that driveway accessible to the 3 units. So how much green space are we talking?
So if you look, because we're changing the frontage to Taylor Avenue instead of Sims, the driveway is there in the front.
Right here.
Do you see that?
Maybe you can you use the mouse to circle? Okay.
So that's the driveway for each unit. Oh, okay. Thank you. And there will be 2-car garage for each unit in addition to the driveway in the front. So that should be enough parking for overflow. So it will be 2 parking spaces on the inside and 2 parking spaces outside of the driveway.
Can you restate that one more time because I didn't follow?
Okay, hold on. So if you look, those are 2-car garages, right? So typically, we'll have 2 cars per home, so they can park on the inside. If they did have company, you still have space for 2 cars on your driveway.
4 cars total? And I know that one of the conditions that staff wrote in there was for it to go through the infill process, but you see, I am a visual learner, and these visuals, I don't read land use maps, right? Something that I'd be really interested in seeing is the renderings such that it does match the neighboring units nearby. So can you talk a little bit about how you're going to fulfill that recommendation 3 in the infill process?
So in my presentation today, my request was to remove the request for Article J, because when you do go to Article J, the first line of Article J says that it's not for townhomes and apartments. And if we look at all of the requirements for Article J, our request for number 1 to stay with our submitted site plan does not also meet with the requirements that are listed in Article J. It would be impossible to do both. So the idea of the project is to make sure that we, create a presentable design with proper storage, off-street parking, ample green space, and stormwater retention. But doing all of those things requires that we cannot meet with all of those stipulations in Article J as far as the usable porch and the garage or carport in the rear, because they're attached units, not single-family.
Okay. Madam Mayor, if I may, to the Director of Planning and Zoning.
The intent of using Article J as a condition was to apply the aesthetic requirements that are inside of Article J for surrounding properties. That article is basically for single-family homes, any type of infill, single-family home, and it accounts for the house being aesthetically compatible to the surrounding neighborhood. So that was the intent of the Planning Commission, placing that condition on to account for the aesthetics of it architecturally and being compatible to the surrounding neighborhood.
Thank you. So there shouldn't be anything that would preclude the applicant from completing Article J? Or from fulfilling Article J, rather?
Correct.
Okay. And then lastly, Ms. Jackson, in your application, you noted that there were going to be some types of amenities or community benefits. Could you talk a little bit more? I think I saw something about some streetscaping or something, I'm not sure. Could you talk about what those proposed community benefits are?
Yes, in the redevelopment district, under the list of requirements that you need to provide, there are 2 things, or there's a list of 9 things. We were going to do architectural lighting and benches. You can see the benches on the front of the property towards Taylor Avenue.
Okay. Thank you. I yield for the moment, but I might have more. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, and I do have the list of Article J, of the things that were going to be hard to meet. As far as the stories, there's a list in Article J.
Thank you. And we will move on to Councilwoman Martin Rogers, then to Councilwoman Freely. Thank you.
Thank you, and this question is for Director Smith. Director Smith, was this, thank you so much for your presentation. For this, I'm trying to recollect, was this going to be more townhomes in this space?
No. We had a rezoning come through a couple of months ago that went from R1A to R3, and it's actually right across the street from this property on the opposite corner.
Okay, all right, and then back to the, may I speak to the applicant? All right, and my only concern, it's not even a concern because I do believe in housing for all people anyway, but is there any way out of these 3 townhomes that you could at least try to put 2 up for sale and then maybe turn it into a rental property? Or maybe I misheard you. You said that you were going to rent it first?
So ideally, the owner, because I'm not the owner, I'm representing the owner.
Okay.
Ideally, the owner wants to sell.
Okay.
Right, but the cost of construction around and how much each, most of the homes right now in the city of Atlanta are just sitting, they're not selling. So her initial intent is to sell. If she can make a profit and sell those as soon as they're constructed, she will do so. But she does not believe that she'll be able to get the price that she needs for construction and profit immediately.
All right, and what is the market price for these, each townhome, and then the square footage?
Let me see, I do not have the market price, but the square footage for each one, give me 1 second. Okay. So it's about 2,000 square feet, heated square feet for each unit.
And how many bedrooms and bathrooms?
3 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms.
Councilman Freely?
Thank you. I wanted to go back to the Article J question. It could just be me, but I feel like I'm hearing staff say that the staff and commission approval was couched on meeting Article J, but you're coming here tonight saying, please don't ask me to meet Article J.
Yes, so yes, under Article J, so I did not have access to Article J until after our last meeting. So staff did send me Article J afterwards, and when you look at the list of requirements for Article J, letter B, the number of stories shall comply with the height requirements for the applicable zoning district. So the question is, are we talking about the zoning district that we are requesting or the zoning district that we are coming from? And so most of the multifamily homes, there's 12 multifamily homes in the area. Those are 2-story, but most of the single-family homes are 1-story. So when we have the meetings and the design process through those meetings, do we now have to meet the 1-story or the 2-story? The garages, where a majority, 51% of the existing homes have garages or car parks within the survey area. In our survey area, the single-family homes don't have garages or carports. So I'm just trying to make sure that we don't come at an impasse when it's time to have the meetings, and I have to check off whether I've met all of the requirements for Article J.
Okay, so I guess this would be a question for Ms. Smith. What we're hearing now, would that change your recommendation to this council based on the fact that she's saying, I can't meet these requirements, or can you help her?
The intent of imposing Article J as a condition was to maintain the aesthetic and architectural appeal for compliance with the surrounding area.
Right.
Period. Nothing else.
And so is it your, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but
Yes.
is it your opinion that you would still support approval of this even if Article J cannot be met?
The aesthetic portion of Article J is what's being applied. If it needs to be reworded to where everybody understands that it's the architectural design portion of Article J that's going to be imposed, not any other part of it, then we could change the wording to where everyone's clear and on the same page, where she comes through the process, there's no discrepancy about, as she stated, checking off boxes.
Okay, so she just specifically cited height and garage requirements and so on. Do
It's
those
literally
follow
the
aesthetic?
architectural design, the materials. The townhouse and a single-family home are not the same thing, so those items would not apply.
Okay, then I guess, question back to the applicant. What is the concern then? If, it sounds like Ms. Smith is saying that it's not an issue, but it sounds like you're saying that it is, so I'm still confused.
Well, no, I was just going based directly on Article J. You know, if I'm required to meet Article J, I did the research, figured out all of the things I need. Will we have to redesign, come back for variances, things of that nature? If it's just aesthetics, you know, meeting the standard, the exterior materials, all of those things, architectural, I'm okay with that. That's fine.
And just one more point, I guess a little related to that. Given that we're talking about the aesthetic requirements of Article J, but it also touches on garages, and I live in a very similar neighborhood to this, so no, most houses do not have garages. Wouldn't rear loading the garages around back, would meet that aesthetic requirement as well? And I understand you said that's a challenge for you, but how much of a challenge is that?
Well, the idea, if you can see, is that each one of the units was their own lot. Once we put the garages in the back, we have to now add the driveway to the back, which creates the easement for the middle unit. And so that's what we were trying to prevent. We're trying to make each lot a standalone lot so we could sell that lot and not have to have the future easement that, you know, they have to accommodate each other, those types of things.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell, you were next. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Martin, do you have a question, or can we go?
Yes, my additional question was the HOA. Would it be feasible for these 3 units to be under a covenant?
If that is a requirement, we can do that. Yeah, we will do the paperwork to do that. But ideally, they were going to be standalone units. They can be like a condominium.
Okay, I have a question now for Ms. Smith. Because the HOA law has changed in the state of Georgia, and someone who is in an HOA community, once you're locked into bylaws, it's very difficult to get out. So what would be your recommendation for a HOA? I just heard it mentioned up here, so I just had a question. I don't think that should be a condition. I mean, you said they're not standalone, but it's 3 units there together.
So they will be attached, but when they're sold, they will each be their own individual lot. I do not believe we were planning to do an HOA, but if that is a requirement that you're asking of us, then we will do that. We'll accommodate.
Because that then requires them to pay, and then someone to manage the property for them. I just wanted more information on that.
I just want to state in reference to HOAs, the city does not enforce homeowner association agreements in any kind of way, so I just wanted to make that clear, that if a condition is placed on it, that's the city, we don't enforce it.
All right, I see no, Councilwoman Caldwell?
Yeah, I just had one request, which is to be able to see a rendering or like what a final product could potentially look like with the type of aesthetics that you're thinking of, to see if it kind of fits in the area itself.
Okay.
All right.
I can have that for next week.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next zoning item is a city-initiated rezoning.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. There were some conditions that I hope that we would discuss before moving from this item, or confirm.
Go back to the conditions. So we want to list the conditions out for the applicant and for the planning and zoning department?
Yeah.
Okay.
So one thing I think that would help is if we could receive the renderings and have the infill review before we do this, so that we know that it's conforming to the neighborhood character. I also appreciate the applicant's concerns, but the rear-loaded access, I think, is going to be more amenable and aesthetically aligned with that area, so I would push for that to be an additional condition. And then I understand what you just said, Ms. Smith, about not enforcing the HOA, but I don't know what's feasible, but I am very concerned about these becoming Airbnbs. And so if you had any recommendations about what a condition could be that would prohibit these from going onto the short-term market, if there are any.
Short-term rentals are allowed in RT as far as I know, so.
I'll add this. One is that, yes, HOA rule did change in Georgia. It was Senate Bill 406. And it gave HOAs, it gave homeowners in HOAs more rights than they had before, more avenues to making sure that they had an ability to file complaints. It created a list of owner rights. It required HOAs to register with the Secretary of State. That's not new. But it did go further to say that those associations that aren't registered couldn't collect, the HOA dues, right? So having a required HOA could be a condition since it is not a statutorily required thing here in this city. The issue about whether there will be fee simple, right? Like each townhouse would be, instead it be considered a multifamily residential type dwelling. Well, I think what the applicant is saying that she wants them to be platted as fee simple so that she would likely have to do some type of subdivide of the parcel so that each townhouse sits on their own parcel and have their own address so that if I lived in the middle, I could sell mine to someone else and it not impact my neighbors. So it could be a condition if you wanted it to be. It only makes sense, though, if the parcels or the townhouses are treated as fee simple, individually parceled units, which I'm not sure if they've discussed this. There's some rules about the firewall and all of that when they're fee simpled, right? Versus being multifamily like condos. It's a big difference. And so I don't know if that's been worked out, but if you're going to require HOA, then you're going to have to require the subdivide of the parcels, which then changes the building requirements, I think, like for the fire people. But if you're not going to require an HOA, then we can't then, I'm sorry, if they're not going to be fee simple, then you can't require HOA. Does that make sense?
We can take the HOA conversation off the table, but to your point about them being individual parcels, the applicant is saying that moving the parking to the back would eliminate her ability to have them as individual parcels. Am I understanding that correctly?
Say that once more. Moving the garage to the back would...
Because of the easement issue, her suggestion is that moving the parking to the rear, making this a rear loading would make it more challenging for her to do the individual parcels and this fee simple. Is that
So you
no?
can't have it both ways, right?
Okay.
Like, if it's going to be fee simpled with individual parcels, then I'm sorry to talk about you like you're not here, but the applicant would have to then deal with the easement issue on the front end.
Okay.
Right? And I think really what you guys need to do is just set what you want.
Okay.
And the applicant would just have to make it work. If that's where you want the parking in the back,
Okay.
then the easement issue would have to be worked out. And the easement issue only applies if it's fee simpled, right? If it is one parcel that's condo-like platted, then the easement thing is not an issue.
Okay.
Because that's like saying if I lived in apartment J and you lived in K, that I would need an easement to drive down the main. It doesn't work. Easements are not necessary in a condo-styled subdivision, if you will.
Well, then those are the three conditions that I would like to see is the renderings and the, so that we can understand like the details of the architecture and what it's going to look like and how it complies and is compatible with that existing neighborhood character. And then I would push for the rear loading of the parking, and then finally to more plainly state the amenities package. Like I heard tonight that there would be benches and other things, but I'm not sure that I read those as the conditions, or maybe I did and I missed it. Are they there?
They're not in the conditions that were set forth in the meeting. They're in the conditions that are under the language for the zoning, right? So when we were choosing between RT and R3 for this project, RT was the one that allowed us to do the fee simple and separate the lots, and then they both had their list of amenities that we had to provide for the units.
Can I add one thing, Madam Mayor? And whatever those amenities are, if they're going to be fee simple, those amenities need to not be in our right-of-way and need to be clearly, wholly within, on somebody's property, right? Private property. We've had a case before where a hotel put a bench and somebody tripped over the bench and they sued us and we had to get out of it. So it's very important that any amenities, structures that this property, this project is going to have, they need to be clearly on private.
They are. We were choosing to do architectural lighting and the benches, and if you can see the benches, the benches are on the property, they are not in the amenity zone. They're in the green space next to the front of the home.
So it bears the question then, who's going to maintain the green space?
Each lot.
So each lot has their own bench?
The two lots on the outside each have a bench, and they have their green space from the, if you see from here.
Okay.
This is all yard, this goes all the way to the back. So that is their patio in the back. The middle unit only has the front and the rear.
Yes, ma'am.
And the side unit has all this side lot and the rear.
And so there won't be any community property, right? Which
That-
need
that-
to be managed by HOA.
So that was the intent, that we did not have community property.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ziegler and then Councilwoman Mitchell.
Yes, thank you. And I'll just be brief. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think if the heartburn is also the short-term rentals, I think it is worth it to maybe take a relook at that, because I think that we have had a lot of hard lessons learned with the short-term rentals. I know that there are several problematic that I can just name off the top of my head right now. They also do not, add to our census or anything like that, like a long-term rental would. So anyway, that would be that may be a better another conversation to have later.
Thank you. Can I have the applicant come back up really quick? Can we see the picture with the garage in the front? With the garage in the front, I think you had a picture of that, yeah. So the only thing, I would like to see a rendering, but I do agree with you. I think it is important for homes, especially you're going to send them on an individual basis, to have some type of yard and green space. And I think having the garage in the front may be the best use of that. Because if you say or not, you have to make a garage going around the back, and I'm assuming that's going to take up what little yard you have there. And the space in front of the house, I think that could be used to have 2 cars in the driveway and 2 more just in case you have. I think that's the best use of that space rather than, I think we might be complicating things.
Yeah, thank you. And it also does allow for a small private stoop for each unit, which is also in Article J, because most of the homes on those streets have porches. So if I take away the garage, then they lose that private stoop area in the front as well.
So can I ask you, so if you were to move it to the back, would you have to move the garage to the back? Would that change the layout of?
Yes, that'll change everything. So there are some, let me move it forward.
Okay.
So these are some of the multifamily homes that are on those streets. And so we were trying to make it look a little bit more private. Like you said, most of these homes, they have a huge parking lot on the back. Hold on.
I think if it's in the will of council, we can, Councilman Mitchell, do you have any more questions for the applicant at this time?
I almost done. I have like 2 more questions.
Okay.
I just lost my train of thought. So I think you said the goal of this was to sell these as independent, I guess, properties or houses. And I know you mentioned the easement earlier. You said putting it around back would create easements, issues.
Because we have to create the one long driveway in the back
Okay.
so that they could get to each garage.
Okay, I would like to see a rendering though. I think,
Okay,
but
and
I'm definitely with you on the garages in the front. But I will yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. And I have some more questions about this, but we don't have to go through them now. We'll go through them later for the sake of time. Okay. Since there aren't any more questions for the applicant on this, we're going to, relook into like the rear loading access. We're going to confirm, the green space. Is that what we said? Necessarily, are we confirming green space? Okay, maybe not. We just had a list of conditions that I just wanted to make sure that we captured for the applicant for when they come back for the next meeting.
What I have is to provide renderings, finalize the amenities, and to provide for rear loading.
Okay. Okay, okay, thank you. All right, council, we're ready to move to the next item. Item 23.
In reference to item number 3, this is a city-initiated rezoning. The property is located at 2418 Millage Street, and it's known as case number P2025, definitely not 25, P2026RZ-001-01.
Sorry. Clarification, this is item number 23, right?
A city-initiated rezoning? Okay, yes. City-initiated rezoning, property located at 2418 Millage Street, case number P2026RZ-001-01. The applicant is the city of East Point. The property is almost an acre. It's about 0.859 plus or minus acres. The intent of this is to rezone a unzoned property. We have a few of these types of properties in the city. We're finding over time where there was no zoning applied to the property. And so to bring this property into compliance with our zoning code and to allow for the property owner to abide by the zoning code, we had to apply a zoning district. And based on information that we have gone through in reference to our zoning code, our comp plan, community zoning information meetings, several planning commission meetings and work sessions, the CL property was initially recommended by staff, but after we went through a series of meetings and provided opportunities to get community input and feedback, staff later changed our recommendation to CL, to the CL zoning district. And Planning Commission did accept our recommendation for CL with one condition, and that one condition is known as A, permitted uses in the CL Commercial Limited District except for nightclubs. So what that provides for is the property being zoned from an unknown or unnamed zoning district to CL Commercial Limited, and for all of the zoning permitted uses to be allowed, all except for item number 13 in that list, which is nightclub. and Planning Commission did accept staff's recommendation.
Okay. Director Smith, it looks like there's a discrepancy between the case number that's on the agenda and the case number that you are presenting on.
Okay, no worries. That is correct. This property was advertised as case number P2025RZ-002-10. So I stand corrected. The case number is actually P2025RZ-002-10. And we'll make that correction.
So what you're saying is that the presentation is incorrect, not what was advertised?
That's correct, the presentation.
Okay. All right, any more questions? Okay. All right, so we'll go to, are you complete with the presentation? Dr. Smith?
Hi, yes, and please forgive me. I tried to get through the agenda, but we received it rather late. But what I wanted to know is it so far-fetched? What if we turn this small little area into maybe a grassy knoll for the city? Do we have to change this to commercial? I mean, that is just one of the questions that I have. I don't even know what ward this is in. What ward is this in? It's in Ward B, but I'm just asking. I mean, could this possibly, how much space is it? I'll do the research on it later on this evening, but it's a small grassy knoll. I need to get out and look at where it is, but what about rezoning this to some sort of benefit to the community since the city owns it?
The city does not own the property.
How much is it? No. The city does not own it. So how can we rezone it in a way that it benefits the community? Because commercial right there on the corner of that, how far is a neighborhood away from this area? It's just a thought.
All right,
I see the
Councilwoman.
neighborhood. I'll come back.
Okay.
In an email.
Yes, thank you so much. So this is in Ward B. It's right behind Jefferson Park, but more notably, it's really close to Tri-Cities High School. And so I think that if we do anything, I think that we just need to be careful with what we're going to allow there, and to be mindful of the kids that attend that school. And also in our comprehensive plan, Millage Street is supposed to be town center. And so I was just wondering what made the deciding factor to do CL versus CR?
For the CR zoning district, along with the MXCI, which are both typical zoning districts within that particular town center sub-area 1 area, as we went through the analysis and received feedback from the community, the different types of permitted uses in CR as well as the MXCI was a little bit more than what the community felt comfortable with. And so the CL was the least evasive as far as the uses, the permitted uses are concerned.
I have a question to the city attorney. So we have a lot of gambling rooms popping up in our city. Like there's a lot. There's at least 2 on Sylvan, maybe 3. But is there any way that we can prevent these from coming in? Or, because I think there's some kind of a state law that's allowing gambling now, but is there anything that we can do as a city to prevent that?
So we would need to address it through zoning and business licensing, and make sure that code enforcement and police are aware of the places that are not properly licensed to have that type of activity.
Okay. Okay. So then I have additional conditions. So no gambling rooms, smoke shops. I think pawn shops are already not allowed. Package stores, any auto-related business like an auto repair shop, tire shop, used car lot, or towing facility. We have ungodly amount in this area. And I think that's it.
Go ahead.
To add to Councilmember Ziegler's list, could we prohibit any cannabis-related retail establishments or dispensaries, electronic cigarette or vape retailers?
May I ask a quick question, Madam Mayor? Are any of these uses that are y'all naming allowed in the CL? Because if they're not explicitly allowed in the CL, they wouldn't be permitted anyway.
They should just take it. They should just take the recommendations.
Yeah, and I'll just conclude while that's pulling up. Any business that's primarily engaged in the sale of smoking, vaping, or inhalation-related products or devices would be my conditions.
Thank you, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Okay, are you all ready? Someone already said no smoke shops. I want to add gas stations, car washes.
Okay, so we have a listing of permitted uses for CL.
Okay, I'll come back. Well, I mean, I understand, but I just want to go on the record.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, auto body shop, someone took care of that. Drive-through restaurants, truck stops, late night adult uses, and check cashing. And then, if we could encourage small retail boutiques or pharmacies, professional offices like law, accounting, or real estate, of course, cafes, and personal services, wellness, wellness. Downtown College Park has the wellness spot. And small-scale medical offices. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I add also the, like, hair salons, nail salons?
Nails, yes.
Let's, and if we can, I don't know if we can put requirements on if you're the building, we need to be able to see in the building. Like, no tinted kind of, that's just my preference, because it makes it look very bad. No tinted situations, see what you're, or mirror those things. Can we email you more? I'm just playing. All right.
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. All right. If there are no more questions or discussions, thank you. So let's move to, gosh, we are at 26 and then item 27. Thank you for your presentation.
Mayor Chapman, what are we doing with this item? Is it going to the agenda or?
They listed, I think that the planning and zoning will keep those, and can you, when they will go back in their presentation to the
agenda?
Yes. Thank you.
What's the harm in just waiting until the owner wants to do something?
Did we confirm the ask? Did you confirmed it? Okay. All right. Okay. Item number 26.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. These items that were presented to you this evening are items number 26 for possible action and discussion with the Jock Construction. It's a cooperative agreement to Sourcewell for our Grove Avenue building and grounds facility. This is the first phase of it, not to exceed $400,000, which is part of our current capital improvement fund. And then item number 27 is discussion possible action on Jock Construction LLC cooperative agreement Sourcewell, which is working on our phase 2 of the city annex renovation, which will be the bathrooms and the kitchen area at the annex. Not to exceed the $500,000, which is funding is in our capital improvement for this budget year.
Okay. So this is just coming from the capital improvement? This is just coming from the capital improvement in T-SPOS and federal grants? Right.
These two are coming from the capital improvement for our city general fund, capital improvement. These are capital projects moved, approved, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Any more questions? Okay. This is on consent?
Those are the
Okay.
only ones?
So it's consent. 26, 27.
That's it?
27 is on consent as well? So we're moving 27 to consent. It went to discussion after. It went for this, it was in consent and then it went to discussion. Now we're back at consent.
Mm-hmm. That's all of ours? Okay, thank you. Yes.
Thank you. All right, so number 28 is on consent. Number 29 is on consent. What number is this? No. Number 1? 21? 21? Okay. Don't say. 21. Oh, you guys received the contract for 21? No more questions for 21, so that can go to consent? Okay. So number 21 is going to consent as well?
One question.
You had a discussion?
A question, yes.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
So number 21, so the power department, sir? Have one more question for you, and then,
So I just wanted to clarify, because we were looking at the 5 million. I thought you said earlier 5 million over 3 years.
Yes.
This actually says 5 million per year.
Are you talking about in the contract?
Yes,
Councilman?
on page 3. It says, total of all payments made to the city, to the consultant under this agreement shall not exceed $5 million per year.
Oh, yeah, that's so incorrect. So we will, if it be the will of the council, go and revise that. That's just supposed to be 5 billion over 3 years.
Okay.
all right.
So what's the next thing?
So now we are on number 21 is gone to consent.
Are we going to consent it with it saying 5 million per year? Maybe this is a question for city attorney.
What's the question?
So, I mean, this is a fully signed contract, and it does say 5 million per year in the contract. So is there an adjustment to the agenda, or it just requires us to approve 5 million per year? Or how do we address this?
I would recommend that it be changed in both regards, right? That it's not 5 million per year, that it's 5 million over the course of, 3 years, and to make sure that the agenda item is updated for them to do a proper requisition.
Well, it looks like we have two different agreements.
I had the master services agreement,
Unless I'm looking at a different page. This is page 3. Mine says this. Mine is on 3. Hers is on 3 as well. But we have two different clauses, yeah. It's what's kind of marked. That's the correct one. Right.
So what is the is there a procedure if we have to go back and change?
Right now, it'll be an amendment to the contract.
So you're going to do an amendment to the contract?
Correct.
Okay.
Where we have to get all of the signatures again, of course, from the vendor themselves, and then bring back to you all for the approval of that amount and the actual price for the term of that amount.
Okay, so we'll get an amended contract to approve for the next regular meeting? Okay.
yes, and an amendment will just be like an additional sheet of paper that shows what we're amending. So it'll say, right, such and such section is stricken to be replaced with, right, it'll just, you won't get the whole contract over, you'll just get a sheet entitled amendment to contract number, blah, 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 and what the amendments are.
Okay. Council, does that make sense? All right. I mean, I understand that. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Okay.
Yeah, quick question. I know I walked in until till end of this. So I believe the first contract that was passed around, I did see on page 3, I'm looking for, I remember seeing the number 5 million. So I guess that's what we're talking about. This is a different agreement.
One does say grid hardening, the other one says underground.
I believe on the copy that was passed around earlier, do you still have that? Okay, did we give that back to her?
This was the
That's the
first
original?
copy that was passed around.
Okay, yeah, so that's, and that one, I think on page 3, I saw, it mentioned 5 million, but I think on the printout we got.
Yeah, it was different from what was passed around, for sure.
Okay.
So there's 2 Pikes. That's why that one is 150. That's Pike Engineering and Pike Electric. Pike Electric is the 5 million. So again, we apologize for rushing if,
Oh, no, you're
because
good. Okay.
I think the first one, like you said, you have the 5 million, but even so, it's not supposed to be per year. So it'll be 5 million over the course of 3 years. So we'll amend that and get that back to you all at the next meeting.
Okay, I yield, thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell?
Oh, no, that's it.
Okay, no more questions. All right, thank you. Thank you. I think, is there any, come in, I can't hear you. What'd you say?
Oh, no, I thought we was doing the other item, no?
The other item, we are on item 20.
21? Should be something about MEAG
Yeah.
and appointments to MEAG.
Madam Deputy Clerk, can you confirm which item? Let's see, what item we're on?
Okay.
It is item 21, Madam Mayor. We
Okay.
haven't done that one yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Director Dow, can you walk us through item 21?
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I
Thank
thought
you.
you guys, okay. Item number 21 is the MEAG signatures. So we need 2 people on the MEAG account that will be able to sign all the legal documents and everything for MEAG, which is our, who provides our whole cost power.
Thank you. I thought, Council, we had that on consent. Okay, no consent, okay. So any discussion? Go ahead.
I think staff is looking for council to have some direction on who those appointments will be.
So,
So Director Dow, can you express what has been done in the past since we have new
So-
council members?
Yeah, so normally amongst the mayor and council, they would vote or they would select, 2 members on who would be the signatures on the account and vote on it, that type of stuff.
Are those typically the same members that go to the conference annually? Or does that vary?
So those members go to the conference, but they also has to sign for the MCT funds, the year-end settlement, that type of stuff. So for instance, like, we're due to get back our year-end settlement, but they won't release it until we have 2 members who's gonna sign for it. And those 2 members, it has to be an approval by the mayor and council.
okay, that makes sense. Okay, so those 2 people have to be approved. Councilman Freely, you had a question? Or no?
Yeah, so one question is, are we deciding on this evening at the work session? Or, okay, that, I didn't think so.
No.
So this is for us to give thought to the 2 names.
Correct.
We are not doing it tonight.
No.
I did
This
not
is
think
just
so.
for you guys to, you know about it, and for you guys to come up with the 2 names, and I guess on the agenda, you'll, say, I present those 2 names, and it'll be approved.
Right. And this is a separate and distinct action than selecting the primary and the secondary for the board elections in July.
Yes, that's
Correct.
that's totally different. That has
separate
nothing to
things.
do with
Right.
the MEAG board elections. This
Okay.
is just
Thank you.
for us.
Okay, one question. Is there a deadline for this selection that you need this by? What's the,
No deadline per se, but
okay,
as
as
soon as possible.
Okay, all right. So we should probably add this to the agenda for next week's meeting to have 2 selected for this item. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So I think we did item number 22 and item 21, so we are on item 26. That's consent. 27 is consent, and hold on, let's see, where are we now? Madam City Attorney, didn't you have a section? Yes. Okay, we had 26 and 27 on the consent now. All right, and then same with 28, 29, and 30 was on consent. And for 31, we had discussion and consideration for the amendment for the East Point, what is that? EPS. So that's your item? Okay, you can, yes, please.
So your Economic Development Department does an MOU with the East Point Main Street Association for various events. One of them is coming up where the city is doing some in-kind contributions to the Fourth of July event, and so there's an MOU that goes along with it. In reviewing the MOU that they sent, I noticed that there was not an indemnification clause where the Main Street Association would indemnify and hold harmless the city for any claims, actions, expense, or damages that might arise out of them putting on this event. And so we need to have this MOU amended to include the indemnification clause. I do need action on this one tonight.
You need
though.
action on this one tonight. All right. Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, the motion, do you call, a motion to amend the motion to amend the contract? Hold on, I'm sorry. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, ma'am. Motion to amend the MOU with the East Point Main Street Association for the 4th of July event to include the indemnification clause. And if you don't want to repeat that, you can just say so moved.
So moved.
So moved.
She seconded.
I have discussion. Yes. So this is just for 4th of July? Okay, so we're going to have another one for FIFA and Juneteenth?
My recommendation is they do one for each because
separate?
what we're giving or what we're providing is going to look different for
Okay.
each event.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, no more discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Yes, ma'am. Item number 32. The resolution for the rededication of Victory Park.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Yep.
When we were curing the agenda earlier, we missed a couple of staff items. Items 5, 6, and 7 are actually staff items, although they're listed under Dr. LaTanya Martin Rogers.
Oh, you do have a lot, okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Hemming. Item number 5. Oh, I'm sorry. We also had executive session. Are we not moving to that now? Okay. We're going to move to item number 5. And okay, so each item, I think we have like 3 minutes to review. Go ahead.
All right, there's really no review. In light of our city receiving information as far as our credit rating and us being on the credit watch list, I would like a motion to direct the city manager and staff to provide a report on the current S&P credit rating status and any risk to the downgrade of our credit rating, and also provide a timeline for the next audit cycle, which should be occurring, and borrowing cost and how it's going to impact our current rating and downgrade. That was going to be my motion for this audit, to look at all supporting documents and information and receive a timeline so that we are on track, because it will be time for the next audit soon. So that was going to be my motion for the audit. I don't want to hear it.
Is there a second? It's just a motion to have him.
Madam Mayor, if Mr. City Manager has items related to this title that's listed as discussion on the 2024 audit report timeline of completion, would it be appropriate for Mr. City Manager or his staff to present that this evening?
If there's a motion on the floor, and if there's no second, it'll have to die for lack of a second, and then he can present. Unless you guys want a second for discussion, and then he presents, and then
Yeah.
you vote on the motion. You have two ways of doing
I
this. It's just
second
that,
it.
okay.
I second it.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
No
No.
vote.
Discussion.
No vote.
Discussion.
Okay.
Discussion. And the discussion item is related to what the city manager might have to present on this item tonight.
So, okay, am I okay to respond, Madam Mayor?
Yes, yes, sir.
So we can provide an update on where we are now with the audits. Some of the motion, the way it was stated, doesn't quite match, but I think we can give an update on the audit, and then we can give a outline of our anticipated audits to get current, a timeline for that. But we did have a little bit of conversation, and when I say we, Interim Finance Director Cartwright, so I asked her to come up and give an update on the audit, and then we can pick up the discussion on how we move forward.
All right, thank you so much. And Council, I just want to be mindful of time as we move forward. I think this presentation or item has like 3 minutes to it, and we just want to be mindful as we move forward. Thank you so much, Ms. Cartwright. You can go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. So the update is that we are still in the final stages of the field work. The auditor is asking for additional documentation, so we are providing that to the portal that they have provided to us. I can't really give a definitive timeline because depending on what the auditors or where they're at in their stage. And so with that, I cannot provide a timeline because I don't know what how their work is going. So I'll provide a status memo to the council as soon as the auditors finish their drafting or finish their field work to drafting.
Okay, and also in that status memo, can you just provide us the impacts of a decrease in our credit rating? What is going to be the impact with us borrowing? We've talked about so many projects. We've talked about the rec center. We've talked about the auditorium. We've talked about a lot of redevelopment. But if our credit status is impacted, I would like to know what that is going to look like as far as us being able to borrow money and any risk to downgrades.
So to respond to that a bit, and this is where I was getting a little hard to answer that question because there's a little bit more nuance to that. So we have not been downgraded. I think that was a term you used. What you are referring to, though, is that we've been dropped. So the difference is since our audits aren't up to date, S&P in particular has said we don't have the data to evaluate what rating you are. What we do need, and and when I say we, I mean S&P, what we do need and what we are requiring is to get those audits in a time frame which I've shared. Now, they certainly wanted it April 3rd, pretty much said we're not going to be able to do that, partly because some of the things that Ms. Cartwright has expressed, that the auditors go through the auditors' timeframes. They have their own timeframes. Those investigations, those samples, they run their course, as we experienced with Tab and Tab, and how long that took. It was because they go deep as it requires for them to be satisfied. So That being said, they have reached out and provided an update or a draft to where they were to S&P. S&P has turned around and said, well, that's quite not what we need. We still need to have more. And we fall back to our original timeline of having things done May 27th, which is when we were able to get that from our auditors. But again, that's a guesstimation from their standpoint, because if they run into something that requires an in-depth analysis, that could take them, that can take some more time on their part to analyze and provide information. Bar any of those, if it's a smooth, if we're not running into any deeper analysis, which we are understanding, this part is called field work. We're understanding that they're getting close to completing field work, they're substantially past the heart of it, so we're on the downhill, if you will, of the field work. Still, we don't have a time frame on that. So that's why we can't give you a clear timeline outside of the goal that we've all set, including the auditors agreed that we believe we can get to, which is May 27th. That being said, the other timelines, we don't and we can't do multiple audits at one time. So we actually have to conclude one audit before we can start the next audit. So obviously when we conclude, and hopefully that'll be May 27th, we'll start the next year audit that we're behind, and we'll work through that. Now our current year will not even be available until July 1st, and typically that time frame goes from July 1st to the end of the year. So we're hoping that we can get our year behind. I don't know the fiscal years, so please help me with the fiscal years, because they all merge. But we're a year behind that will start hopefully after we wrap up this current audit, which help me with the fiscal years.
So we're currently auditing 2024.
2024.
Okay? But in December, we're going to start, 26 is going to be due, so we're running behind.
So after 2024, then we can get 2025 right on the heels of that being concluded, and then our 26 we'll have that to the end of the year. So if we can get we'll be in perpetual audit mode, but if we can get them right back to back and pursue getting that, we could potentially be caught up by the end of the year on all of our audits, and that shouldn't stop any type of financial considerations or anything that we're willing to do. So our financial advisors have been indicating that there's been room for still making some decisions being a year behind, but with the change of the environment, we're still looking to get confirmation that a year behind will be acceptable or not. But what we are being told that there may be opportunities for short-term bridge type of financing while we get our full audits done by the end of the year. So that's the things that we're managing through right now.
All right, thank you, City Manager.
And my last
Councilwoman Martin Rogers, and then Councilwoman
Yes, and my
Cardwell.
last question is, we're talking about audit risk. We were presented tonight with a 17-year-old RFP. Wouldn't that be something that came up in an audit that could be a potential risk to the city? As they're doing this audit and this deeper dive, that wouldn't be a red flag for, is that the Government of Finance Officers Association?
I wouldn't, but I would say first that went through procurement, and so if procurement was comfortable, I think that there would be a low risk of an audit finding. I also think that it also would be low risk since it didn't involve any type of additional money from the city. So I think those things would be mitigating factors, even though I understand that some might have want that to be a more recent document. Excuse me.
Okay, I'll yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. So I apologize for missing the first part of it, but I do have a question. First, timeline. You mentioned currently we're doing the audit for 2024. When was that due?
It's due now, so what
The
I can...
initial due date.
Well, it's hard to tell you that because we've continuously been behind since '21. And so what I can tell you and what I know is that in 2021, we brought in the Rosales Group to do the, in 2023, we brought in the Rosales Group to do the 21 audit. Unfortunately, the Rosales Group did not complete it. And then we brought in Tab and Tab late 2023. And Tab and Tab has been in control of the audit since 2021. So they did the 2021, the 2022, and then in October of 2025, they completed the 2023 audit. And so typically the audit should be starting at the end of the year, December. So for 2024, we should have started the audit in December of 2024.
Got it, okay. The other thing I wanted to ask is just to give visibility into our own challenges. I hear a lot that, the auditors are asking for information, but how quickly are we able to turn those around? Like, do we see any internal areas of improvement that we could, discuss, kind of know about, so that way we can solve for those as quickly as possible so that we can actually get caught up on these timelines?
Okay, I would say absolutely. There's always ways of efficiency, right? And so to me, that is hiring more staff or retraining our staff, cross-training our staff to help with the journaling, if there's journaling that needs to happen, if there's checks that need to be pulled, if there's reports that need to be pulled, and how do we, because we have to modify the Excel spreadsheets. The auditors, they don't often want it the way it is. They may say add 2 columns, take away 2 columns. We have to go back, modify those reports, and then send them back to the auditor the way that they need to see them. And so I do know for Malden and Jenkins, they've made requests that we've never done before, so we've had to work through that. Having our chief accountant do all of that has been taxing on him. So yeah, efficiencies is cross-training staff or even bringing more staff in to assist during those audit periods, right? So that they can help. Now, I would say right now, because we got a heavy workload because we're behind we're trying to finish 24. We need to go right into 25 and then followed by 26. So we're trying to do that catch up with one person. And so we've discussed that, City Manager and I have discussed that. And so we're working through that for the 2025. Now for 2024, I've talked to our chief accountant, and like with me doing the budget, sometimes it's a little bit more difficult to try to train someone during that process. So we've already got it scheduled to bring in temps if we need to for 2025 audit.
Okay. And I guess for the city manager, this question kind of goes back to you. Like, what are the kind of like emergency resources? Because I do think that we are at a place where we're in emergency time. Like, we need to get these things done timely so that we're not falling more and more behind. So like, at what point do we start thinking about those emergency resources that are needed, such as staffing, in order to push this along a little bit faster?
Well, I think you'll see in the budget, we're going to be looking at a budget analyst in particular. That's going to be important, but it's also understanding that it's not going to have an immediate impact. I think one of the challenges is that you have to be very familiar with our accounting system to be able to be of assistance. And the time frame it takes to train someone up is valuable time that takes away from responding to your auditor's requests. So we literally have to kind of limp through the immediate audits, bring somebody in, and they would probably be very helpful when it comes down to the 26 audit. So it's one of those kind of chicken and egg situations. we have to basically try and get ourselves caught up before we can then train ourselves up to be more efficient. But I think the interim finance director kind of captured that, so.
So hopefully, the plan that you present, is my last statement, it will also include not only just people, but technology to kind of come in and help out and automate some of the things that may be very manual in labor today. So hopefully there's a solution that includes both, because we do need to get caught up, like, immediately.
Thank you, Councilwoman Caldwell. Councilwoman Hemming, and then Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, if I may, to Ms. Cartwright. Okay, so do I understand correctly that there's one person, based on what the city manager has said and what you've said, there's basically one person that's responding to the auditors?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, and the audits have been behind for how many years?
From what I understand and what I know, the audits, so in FY '23, we hired the Rosales Group to complete the FY '21 audit. And so then '22 and '23 were also behind. Rosales was not able to complete it, and then we hired Tab and Tab in late 2023. They finished the 2021 audit and then began the 22 and 23, where 23 was completed in October of 2025.
This seems a bit like a systemic issue, and I appreciate Councilmember Caldwell, her comments about kind of what the emergency options are to be able to resolve some of this, but I also wanted to be noted that these issues seem to predate both the city manager and also your tenure here in the city. So my hope is that we get a full picture and understanding, to Councilmember Dr. Martin Rogers' point, we get a full understanding of kind of like the historical place that got us here, because as a new council member, as you might consider, I don't want there to be public misinformation that suggests that somehow this body did something that caused the credit ratings to drop. If these were behind in 2021, that I think predates most of the people up here. And so I'm very curious to know kind of what those decision points were, not for right now. The goal right now is to get the audit done, but I do think that the public deserves a presentation about the internal controls that we have in the city, because you don't get behind on years of audits without some systemic decisions being made. And I do believe that as fiduciaries, it's our responsibility to explain that to the public more fully. So I appreciate what you all are doing. This is not anything for you all to focus on at this moment, but I hope that at some point we will have a public presentation about how we got here, and then to Councilmember Caldwell's point about what we're doing to get ourselves out of it. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mitchell.
Yes, thank you. So I was thinking about the motion at hand, and after just listening to this, I'm not sure if we want to amend this. I know we were speaking about emergencies and emergency procurement, and what I'm hearing right now is they need help in auditing in the financial department with the audit. I was trying to remember what the original motion was, but if we wanted to amend that or substitute that, if I know we were asking for a timeline or something. Okay.
I think that it would be beneficial to know those dates. Okay, so to Councilmember Mitchell's point, like, when are our audits due? If that could be in a, what are we thinking, a memorandum, Councilmember Mitchell?
I think they status memo. I think they mentioned something about a status memo. That would be a good.
I would like that status memo, okay. And not a status memo from. I would like it from S&P. Like, did they send any information to us? But a status memorandum, to your point, that includes documents from the company, how we got here, and a timeline, how are we going to rectify this? And then if you do need additional help in your office, can we do an emergency procurement so that we can get these done?
May I answer that? Okay, so for the I've definitely been talking to our chief accountant for FY25, so we can bring in a couple of, maybe an experienced consultant, maybe we've dealt with in the past, or even possibly some temps that can help with like journal entries or things of that nature, so that we can, because he spends so much time doing journal entries or redoing journal entries, reclassifying journal entries. And so I think that's something that we can train an experienced accountant on our system to redo the journal entries, and that could free up time for him to do the more important stuff.
I would, my second would stand. I just want to make sure that includes the emergency procurement piece, and I think you spoke about the status memo piece, so, yeah, I guess that would be a friendly amendment to that, or would it be?
If you want to amend the motion on the floor, you need to make a motion to amend her motion to include the status memo and the emergency procurement procedures.
Okay.
That would be my friendly amendment, that we do include the status memo piece and room for city manager or whomever to indulge in emergency procurement to hire staff to help complete the audits.
So if someone can second that, no, go for it.
Okay.
So if you remember from the Saturday we had the class, there is no such thing as friendly amendments, right? So the second would need to happen, which I think you're doing, and then we can have discussion on Councilmember Mitchell's amendment. Once discussion is over on that, you'll vote on whether to add that amendment to the main motion on the floor. So we are now in discussion because we got Councilwoman Martin Rogers as the second, and I believe Councilmember Friedley has discussion.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. City Manager, just curious, on March the 23rd, you sent council, and Ms. Cartwright was included and so on, a fairly detailed email. The subject line was S&P Global Ratings, East Point, Georgia, fiscal 2024 audit. You went into a lot of detail on sort of what impacts might be, what you were doing to address it, and so forth. Are there significant updates to all of this since that March 23rd email back and forth?
Honestly, there isn't. The only clarification or update that I would add is looking forward to our strategy to the next 2 years of audits. That's the only thing in strategizing, basically what I laid out with a goal to have all of our audits done and caught up by the end of this year.
Okay.
But we can clearly lay out a time frame of what month we anticipate starting the next audit and wrapping up the audit after that. But outside of that, all that other information is pretty much what we would have to just regurgitate.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Councilwoman Fried, Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yeah, and going to another update that was sent out to us, you were to have that audit due. It was a string of emails. You all got your dates mixed up, so the lengthy letter that you did provide, it was good and laid out, but then there was a return email of that audit was due by April 4th. Yeah, it was due in by April 4th. That should have been submitted April 4th. Am I correct? Was I reading this wrong? Yeah, that's significant from
Right.
the March 7th or, yeah, this memorandum that first went out. We got another string of emails that said that audit was due April 4th.
Right. So I sent out, okay. So I sent out a clarification to S&P. My thought process was, they said it was 90 days, which took us to May 27th, correct? And so I wanted more clarification because my thought process was, do we get the whole 90 days or do we get 45 days? And then that's when she came back with, it was actually due on April 4th.
Thank you.
Well, as
Sorry. The motion added something about an emergency procurement, and so, Madam Mayor, if I may, to the city manager, I'm not understanding the piece about the emergency procurement. Is there, you currently don't have the staffing you need, and would this emergency procurement provision resolve your concern?
So I interpreted the emergency procurement measure to talk about our future audits. I want to say it's future because we're already kind of behind. So we're looking at fiscal year
25.
25.
Yes.
And fiscal year 25 will be wrapped up, hopefully.
We are in fiscal year 24. Once we
Right.
wrap up fiscal year 24, then
Then we start 25.
right, we'll immediately go into 25, and that's when we want the help. We need the help.
Right.
Yeah, because the auditors, they're in the final stages of their documentation, so we really couldn't utilize help right now because Joseph's done already the majority of that back work.
Right, and
Yeah.
so after that, our fiscal year will end June 31st. And so from that standpoint, we need to then also engage to start that process, but that process won't be able to be started until 25 is done. So we'll just have to kick it in, and by the time we kind of train someone through the 25, they'll be up and ready to really provide a lot of assistance in helping us get 26 wrapped up by the end of the year.
So I just don't understand the aspect of the emergency procurement. So is your position that you will be procuring a consultant or something like that to support the completion of FY 25 and 26 audits? Is that what the recommendation is?
That is, and we will also be beefing up with a budget analyst if all things work right. And there's aspects to the journal entries which was touched upon, which creates a challenge to have expedient responses to auditor sampling or field work.
Okay.
So all of that fits all into the same vein of providing some resources so that we can get caught up and be responsive whenever we're called upon on these inquiries.
So this is a complex motion. It includes a memo, which I think the discussion here has satisfied the timeline. We now know April 4th was the deadline, things like that. So I would be supportive of the piece of the motion that's about getting the emergency procurement, but the other item, Dr. Martin Rogers, I wouldn't be able to support, so I don't know. You have a complex motion that has like two parts to it. There's a part about memos and other things. Yeah, and I'm saying I support the emergency procurement, but not the memo, because my concern is that the memo takes more time than doing the actual audit work. So I don't know, Madam City Attorney, what happens in a case like this, but the Part A of her memo, Part A of her motion, I don't support. Part B of her motion around the emergency procurement, I would want to support.
So we're in discussion on the amendment that Councilmember Mitchell made that includes what I hear, what you do want to support, which is the emergency procurement portion. I will say in this discussion that we have an emergency procurement ordinance that would need to be referenced for any emergency procurement processing. The amendment may need to die, and then the main motion vote on to die, so you guys can make a new motion, because you can't make an amendment that kills the main motion. So if it's the will of this body not to go forward with what's on the table right now, then this amendment and then the main motion would need to fail so you can start all over.
I have one question. Does the memo that was requested in terms of timeline in the history, will that be the framework that governs the emergency procurement work in the emergency procurement work and the, just making the framework for the procurement?
I would say no.
Okay.
It wouldn't. I think what would drive the procurement request is more of the mechanics of what it takes to provide rapid response to audit requests.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So we talked about journal entries is a big deal. It's a simple word, journal entries, but they have a number of different impacts because we haven't had the appropriate journal entries in the past. So when there are inquiries, there's almost like you have to go through archives and do a historic breakdown and analysis just to get something that typically might be just at a finger push of a button.
Yeah.
It takes analysis work to get that done. So we'll probably be looking for the type of assistance, one, to help us do that historic breakdown, that kind of archive type of work, so that we can do that, but then also help us rectify our processes with journal entries moving forward.
Okay, all right, thank you. I was just, go ahead, Dr. Martin Rogers.
Yes, and to Councilmember Hemming's point, what I was asking was for a timeline for the next audit cycle. Like, we are working on 2024 now. When will we have the timeline for the rest? That was a part of the motion. And the second thing was, what was going to be the impact to us borrowing for current projects, things that we have talked about that we wanted to see in the city? If we have a lower credit rating, what is going to be the impact of borrowing from companies where our credit rating has changed? Those were the two things that I requested in that memorandum that I believe you said you were going to address, but I don't want to belabor it. We can go ahead, I can ask that information in an email and get it. So what do we need to do to move on to our, well, not move on, but do the emergency procurement?
I mean, I would still like to see
You want to make
that.
the motion?
No, I was going to say I would still like to see that information. I don't see the harm in providing that, to be honest. That's why I was like, I mean, 'cause I too would like to see that information.
I would too.
I just wanted to add the piece that I understand they need extra help in the department.
Right.
I agreed with what you were saying, but I mean, I guess that's why we vote on things.
So your motion includes the timeline and the credit rating? That's what. The motion includes the timeline, the credit rating, and then we had the emergency procurement. So those are all three within that motion?
Right, I would just recommend that any motion that includes emergency procurement, that it follow the code.
So do you want to make the motion for procurement, Councilmember
So there should be
Mitchell?
two.
So I see emergency procurement, section 4-3306, so include that. So just to add to my motion, per section 4-3306, emergency procurement, give, this, I guess, authorize the city manager to partake in emergency procurement in the best way he sees best. I think we also asked for a status memo update, as Dr. LaTanya Martin stated earlier, and that's going on to the original motion, right?
Yes, that's what's about to be voted on, yes, sir.
Okay.
So we can, so it's all one now, right? So
Nope, you haven't voted on the amendment yet.
So we voting on the amendment right now that's attached to, I guess, the original motion.
Okay.
And
So we're voting on the amendment right now, and that one, the motion is to provide the timeline and the credit status. That's on that.
No, ma'am. The amendment is to do, is for the city manager to have emergency procurement authorization pursuant to the emergency procurement code section, and for there to be a status memo update.
Okay, okay. So do we have a second?
You did have a second already. You're in
Second.
discussion.
Madam Mayor, I've been
Discussion,
in
any-
for quite a while.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thanks.
I'm sorry.
I'm struggling with the notion of an emergency procurement. It sounds to me like the emergency is completing 2024.
Yes.
So I have not heard anything that suggests that the city manager's office can move as though it were an emergency to procure staffing and technology to complete the 2024 audit in a more timely fashion. If we're talking about an emergency procurement, which is what I think I'm hearing from Mr. Jones, related to being better prepared for the 25 audit, which is several months from now, that's not an emergency. So can someone clarify what the emergency procurement will do and when it will happen?
I guess that's mine, since I added that. So what I've been hearing is they're short-staffed. They only have one person, and I think they're trying to do 3 audits at one time. So the emergency is, I think, if we keep going down this route, we're going to be further and further late.
Right. My question to the city manager is, so say we do this, like next week, you're going to have someone on staff addressing the 24 audit? What is the plan, granted the authority of an emergency procurement, what would you do and how would it impact the 24 audit completion?
I take your point. I don't think there's anything we can do that will affect the 24 audit. I think there is an easy misconception that you can do multiple audits at one time. You cannot. You have to wrap up 1 year before you can start the next year. So the 25 audit is just as much pressure because it's going to require a whole nother process that's going to be a whole nother field work portion and all of the information that they're going to require there. You never know what they're going to ask. And so we hold tight to hope that it's going to be something that we've already researched, that we already have prepared, and Tab, as long as that took, did prepare us with the type of things that we had to respond to them. But they could ask us something that we just don't have. And then that means it's going to require constructing, reconstructing, and a lot of deep dive, historic deep dive stuff.
Right.
So and that's what takes the time.
Right. But that's still for an audit
25.
Several months down the road.
It is.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Councilwoman, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Caldwell was in.
Well, I feel like we've heard 2, 3 things. It just goes back and forth based on who's asking the question. So we just asked the same question, and what was said was that you could use immediate help to do data entry for 2024. At least that's what I took from what you said before. And to Councilmember Freely's point, if we're not, getting staff until after June, it's technically not an emergency. So.
Yeah, so anything I might have indicated on 2024, I apologize. I don't think there's anything that we can do. I think we've done everything that we can to be on top of 2024. It's literally in their ballpark. And I think staff has done a great job. We have not had them waiting on us through 2024. It's just a process that takes time. And so I think I'm comfortable that we've pushed that as fast as we can possibly push it. I am also comfortable that Mullen and Jenkins understands the position we're in. They provided information to S&P, even though the S&P, based on where we were at, the S&P deadline on the April 3rd was never really realistic. And I tried to communicate that as much as I could when I first heard it. But even with that, Mullen Jenkins provided something. It wasn't enough for S&P, which is well anticipated. But we all feel comfortable that we can get to the May 27th deadline, which S&P has said they will do an evaluation at that time. So all of that being said, we feel comfortable that at the end of May, we should be ready to move forward with the next year, and that'll be 2025. So having somebody who doesn't have to get schooled up on our AP system, that can start from beginning, that is a positive thing. Even if we get a budget
Thank you.
analyst person,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
just even if we get a budget analyst person, we won't have budget, even if that is approved by council, we won't be able to have that person on board until July 1st. So there's a little bit of a month of having a trained professional with our accounting system helping us a little bit early. But I do take to the point, it won't help us with 2024.
Okay, thank you.
Just really
But
quick.
Councilman Mitchell?
Yeah, just really quick. So I'm under the impression that we're supposed to have an internal and external auditor. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
It's an internal auditor. Is that a position that we
There
have
is
yet
an
to do?
internal auditor on the budget for FY '27, yes.
Are there any other positions in that office you guys have been trying to fill?
So I do have a couple of positions that are vacant, and so it's my hope to also get them filled or try to reclassify them so we have a
Right.
well-balanced office and do cross-training, so we have, several individuals who know how to do journal entries and who know how to
And
do
I'm assuming you
reclassification.
guys have been advertising those positions already?
Yes.
But
And
you
so
have-
one of the positions is a grants analyst, grants manager, and that position is the one that's going to stay.
Okay. So my thing is, well, I would consider this an emergency because what I understand, you have been trying to fill these positions for a
For some
while
time.
now.
Right.
And onboarding and getting somebody up to speed, I believe we said our next audit should start on May 27th. And if I'm going off of prior history and patterns, it doesn't look like we will have suitable of help for you guys. That's why I'm saying this is an emergency. If they have not been able to staff one yet, I don't see one, falling out of the sky. So I would just want to give you every chance or all the ammunition you need to go out and procure these people without having to hire, get around some of those things that may be a little bit more, take a little bit more time. Because as of right now, we are many years late on the audit. I'm not sure how the timeline and getting that stuff in may affect anything moving forward. That was, the spirit of me wanting to give you guys access to the emergency procurement process. Thank you.
Go ahead, Martin, I'm sorry. You done? I'm sorry. Okay, Councilwoman Martin Rogers, and we are on the
Yeah,
second
we are
round
going
of
to,
discussion,
I'm
so I
going
just
to
wanna-
say, Councilmember Mitchell, I appreciate your motions and your assistance with this, and why don't we just withdraw our motions and, get this
That's fine.
memorandum
That's
from her department with the next steps, but, I mean,
that's fine.
yeah, so I am going to withdraw my motion so that we can move on.
I withdraw my second.
And do we need to withdraw any more? Because we're kicking the can. If we
Right.
don't prepare now for 2025 and get the people in place, then we're going to be right back talking about, we're behind on our audits. But, that's fine at this 11th hour. Thank you, and I appreciate you, Councilmember Mitchell.
Mrs. Cartwright, what's the status on when the memorandum can be provided?
So if I can also get a little bit more clarification, because with Dr. Martin Rogers, that status memo, you said something about S&P?
Yeah, if you could just let us know the credit rating status and any risk to a downgrade, and then a timeline for the audit cycles. I think that will be beneficial for everyone here.
Okay.
I think if we can treat it something like a project plan, just saying like what the status is, what's the next round, like what your resources are that's needed.
Okay.
And then have just like a holistic project plan of it
Okay.
to kind of
So
deck.
is this something that I can provide at least after April 20th? Because that's when we do the, okay.
Okay. So we're moving forward with the status memorandum. That's what we're going with for April 20th? After April 20th. She said after, 'cause she
After
needs
April
more
20th, okay. So we can settle on April 25th. How about that? Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Cartwright. All that. Going to item 6. Dr. Lenhart.
Me too.
Yes, we're good. We're good to go.
Okay, you good? Okay.
I would like to switch because one of my colleagues has asked that number 6 and 7 be switched around. Is that okay with council?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And I place item number 7 on this agenda so that we could have a hearty discussion, and it is about the rates. Anytime the city makes the decision, which is mayor and council, we set the rates. It should be done through a vote of council. That is how it has always been done. I have researched this heavily. I was on council back in 2013, and unfortunately, a social media post went out stating that the city was going to go to summer rates. And although we had the discussion, although we know where we are as a city, that is something that needs to be voted on by the city. That is something that needs to be voted on by the city. And the city manager does not have the authority to set summer rates or winter rates. And so I wanted to go on council, I wanted to go on record to state that again, and that if this is the will of council to go to summer rates, then it needs to be a vote of council. So we were informed last month about the city going to summer rates. And I don't know if the city manager had a conversation with council members and got approval, but this is considered a directive. So you don't have the authority to change rates. And per Charter Section 2-302, the city manager administers operations under the policy direction of the mayor and council to ensure legal compliance and transparency. Again, council members are the policy makers. I've been in extensive conversations with our representatives from ECG. We've been on a winter rate year-round, and we have been presented information, and we do know that there's a deficit, but if it is the will of council, I will ask that this item go on the regular scheduled agenda to be voted on up or down. And that is why this item is on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilwoman Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. Attorney Wiggins, I believe that not to belabor the point, but I believe in the last conversation where we talked for like 4 hours on this item last month or the year or the month before that, I don't remember when, but my memory serves to say that that we had a discussion that the city manager has the authority per ordinance to go on summer rates because we already have an ordinance that says so.
I am pulling up the ordinance. Give me 1 second. It is going to be Part 8, Chapter 2 of your code. It is under the electric section. That's the only place where you have the distinction in the rates. So it provides for all domestic uses, lighting, cooking, heating, refrigeration, and incidental power of a residential customer in a separately metered single-family or multifamily dwelling unit. Power normally supplied under this rate, I don't think that part is important, but it shall be so many volts. In the code section, it provides the summer rate is made through October bill. Customer charge $12 a month, then it gives the energy charges. Under subsection 2, it gives the winter monthly rate, November through April bill. You got another flat $12 monthly charge, and then the energy charges are different.
Correct, I'm sorry, not to cut you off.
Yeah, no problem.
So I guess my question is, does city council need a vote to have us do what that ordinance says?
No.
Okay, all right. So then can we, I make a motion to adjourn into executive session?
I have a question first.
Wait, y'all, there's a motion on the floor.
You have a second? Do we have a second to
Well,
adjourn?
second.
We have, Do we have to have a second? Do we have a second for her motion?
I seconded it. I thought there was already a motion on the
To go to
floor.
executive section. No, just to go to executive.
Just to
executive.
because she already said that we're already doing what's okay, that the city manager does not need a directive from us to go back onto summer rates.
I have a different
That's-
question that
yeah.
may have a
And-
different answer to it.
Yeah, and.
Can we,
Yeah.
council, can we address the motion on the floor, please? We have a second. All those any discussion?
Yes, I wasn't done with the last topic, and I do still have a question that should be
You
heard.
just gotta do, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to.
I know, but you asked for discussion, and that's my discussion point.
But so the motion on the floor is for executive session. It sounds like the discussion is on the previous item. I guess if Councilmember Ziegler is willing to withdraw a motion so y'all can go back into discussion on the work session item, or you call for the vote on the motion to go executive session. If it fails, then we're back to the item, and if it passes, then you're going into executive session.
I would like to ask my question.
Okay, we can. I think I can withdraw my motion, and then Councilwoman Caldwell can ask her question.
Thank you.
And one more thing, I think we have executives, sorry. I know we have some items that are important, but I think there's some items that are for executive session that we didn't have executive session last.
It's a quick question.
So that's why I was just, okay, sorry, I'm not trying to rush you, I'm just trying to level set. Go ahead.
So the question really is centered around change. So there was a change that took place, and for the last several years, we've been on one of the two rates that are allowed in the ordinance. So in order to go back to charging two rates, we would have to change it again, correct?
Let me make sure I understand the issue. The ordinance is council speaking, right? The council determined that there would be two rates. You're saying that at some subsequent time, the council changed these rates?
Yes, because at one point, it was in the same year that the rates would change. And so this would have been perfect as a notice to the community that, hey, your summer rates are coming up. But those summer rates stopped, and they have been stopped for 5 years because of a vote of council. So what I'm asking is to change it back to having two rates per year. Would that not require the vote of council?
I'm restating it just so I can understand. You're wanting to, so council voted to not follow the ordinance at some point, is what you're saying?
Yes.
It
That's
wasn't-
my understanding.
Well, and I think that's an important distinction than if some previous city manager did it on his or her own. So if council, I'll give you both, and these are just my opinions, recommendations, based on the form of government we have, okay? If council voted to suspend the enforcement of section 8-2106, then I do think council would need to vote to restart. But if it wasn't by a vote of council, right, and it was done by the administration at some previous time.
Even incorrectly? If the administration at that time did it
Because they wouldn't
incorrectly?
have had the authority to not change the ordinance. They wouldn't have
Right.
had the authority to go against the ordinance.
Right.
So then what happened? Do we know, instead of talking hypothetically, what happened?
That predates me, but we
Same.
do know it stopped. And so in order, regardless of whether they did it correctly or not, I think we should be doing it correctly now. And so that would be the ask and what that looks like. Based on what I've read, it should be a vote of council.
Yeah, if council suspended that, yeah, council would have to restart it, because then that was council making a policy decision at whatever time they did that to not enforce the ordinance. Now, if this body wants to enforce it, they need to say so.
I will say, we've asked the clerk to look into this. There is nothing on record.
But
that
we-
it was ever suspended.
Right, but we can all agree, looking at just the bills and how things have been billed to us, we've only been on the winter rate for last 5 years, bare minimum. Are we in agreement with that?
We're in agreement
So we
there.
know that it stopped. How it stopped, I don't know, but in
But
order
that's
to restart it, there's a change, and it would require a vote of council.
So I would characterize it not as a restart and a start, or even one or two different cycles. It's one cycle. And the cycle is summer, it's this rate, winter, it's this rate. And it was never officially suspended. There is no council vote on record of it ever being suspended.
It requires you to go back to the power company and ask them to restart. So you're giving them a directive to do something different from what they're doing today. That's a change.
Well, but here's the thing. If a city manager did it without council's approval, then that city manager's actions are void, right? Like, then they didn't have the authority to do it, and the only thing in effect is the ordinance. Does that make sense? Like, if they did something that wasn't authorized, then there's nothing else but what we have, which is the ordinance. Does that make sense?
It does. I just wonder if we have enough time to figure it out.
All right, Councilwoman, I'll come back. Councilman Mitchell.
Yeah, I guess that was my question. So you're saying there's nothing in the minutes about them ever suspending that? I'm guessing we take that as
Correct.
law.
Correct.
So I'm looking at the ordinance now, so wouldn't we automatically default back to what's originally written in the ordinance, and they have the summer and the winter rate,
That's right.
if we can't find anything
That's right.
else to collaborate that? So technically, would it take action, or would it just take us simply following what's written?
It would not, unless you wanted to change the ordinance, that would take action.
Okay. So, but we said we've been on this one rate for some years? Is that what I'm hearing?
It's been implemented incorrectly. And I will say this is not the only example. We recently had the same situation with the blight tax.
Gotcha.
It was being done incorrectly. We learned of it and start implementing it correctly. It did not take city council vote because it was in the ordinance.
So as of right now, there won't be a motion to go back to it, how it was originally written? It's just for us to
Implement it.
follow the
Follow the
charter?
ordinance.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
I'm going to yield to Councilmember Hemming.
Councilwoman Hemming.
Mr. City Manager, because there's so much discrepancy with how this has been implemented and also the impact, like I know several council asked publicly and then also via email if you could give us some idea of how this rate would impact different types of households, for example, or how it would impact people. Given that your position is it's your discretion to enter into these summer rates, could you provide us more information before entering into these summer rates?
I can certainly do that, but I want to just clarify, it is not my discretion. It is the city ordinance. I'm just implementing the city ordinance. So there is no city manager discretion in this matter. It is absolutely the city ordinance driving this direction. And if there is a change in the council's opinion on how to handle the ordinance, it requires the process of changing the ordinance.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
All right, and to my understanding, at some point, the city has been on winter rates. We can tell by the deficit that we have in the electric utility. I'm going to recommend that we do a rate study. Being on the phone on last Friday with our ECG representative, it isn't even a sure fact that by you going to this summer rate, it's going to help with our deficit. So there should be a rate study completed with the cost of providing electricity and to ensure that these current rates aren't too high or too low. And we may even need an entirely new rate structure. So you're saying we're going back to an ordinance. That ordinance was written in 2013. How do we even know we don't need to reintroduce an entirely, completely different rate structure? We do not have all of the information. And in addition to that, when ECG came before us, I heard council members ask you to come back with other ways rather than putting this cost onto residents, and all you came back with was, we're going to go to summer rates. We haven't even talked about implementing a rate study. And even when you look at the ECG presentation, they give short-term solutions that were provided using MCT funds, selling more power. Everyone on council was not informed of this change. We had a presentation, and there was no formal vote taken to agree to it. Will we be charging the right people the right amount to cover costs today and in the future? That's all we need to know, and we don't have that information, so I'm going on record again. I do not support you relying on a 2013 ordinance when I know we have been charging the same rate for a couple of years now. We need to look at the total picture. But if it is the will of council, then we can move this to the agenda and vote it up or down.
Is it, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, may I speak? Is it your request to put a rate study on the next agenda, to do a rate study?
I think that we should have a rate study
yes,
so that we
definitely.
aren't just kicking the can. We may need to increase over time based upon what was provided by ECG. And I think I have the presentation here, but they gave at least several other conclusions or opportunities that we could look at.
Can we revisit the ECG content?
But the city manager put it out there, and you had a council member that also addressed it on Facebook. So, but my people didn't know.
I just wanted to make a distinction about there being the necessary authority for us, for the ordinance to be followed, right? That's the only reason why I was asking. And if there's no action by council to change the ordinance is still in effect. And so rate study, if that's what y'all want to do, that's fine. It's just that to close out the earlier questions about whether or not the ordinance can be enforced with nothing intervening from this council to change the ordinance, then yes, the ordinance can be enforced.
I cannot support the enforcement of a 2013 ordinance, and I know that things have changed over time. Even the ECG representative said that previous council has been generous to residential customers because there hasn't been a rate study done or implemented. Those costs just aren't passed on to customers.
Then you've got to change the ordinance.
That's what I was going to ask.
Well,
Can we
I just wanted to go on record with, it is up to the will of council. It was put out there via social media. Not every resident has social media. The way that this was put out there was totally inappropriate.
So, thank you.
Especially when we don't, what now?
Especially when we know it is a change.
When it is a change.
Well,
Like back
it
in
sounds like-
2013, when rates are going to change, Mr. City Manager, they did 2 town halls. 2. And allowed people to come out and express themselves. This was inappropriate. It was done on Facebook.
So is it your argument
Point of order,
that you're...
Rule MM.
Are you saying that we...
Hold on, point of order. We have a point of order on the floor. Councilwoman Ziegler.
Rule MM.
What's the rule?
It's about decorum.
Okay. Yes, well, I just need to know what the rule is before I... It is decorum. I think it's decorum.
Mr. City Manager, was there any notification in the utility bills as well? I believe there was. Okay, that's fine. Yep.
What? Hold on.
MM? Okay. Okay,
Do you have the
then Rule
number?
38.
That's not helpful.
But there is a Rule MM.
Hold on.
Okay.
Can you withdraw your point of order, please?
Nope.
Here you go. See, it stops at Rule 38. MM is just a subsection.
Is it a subsection of Rule 38?
No, that's LL. MM is something totally different.
So then how do you call this section?
I
So there's a section that we don't know how to call?
You don't have a number?
It's not a rule, it's my only recommendation, and if you look at this chart up here, it lists all the rules. It stops here.
Are we certain that that is the full and complete list because of other things?
I
that-
only have access to Municode. We'll have to get the clerk to give us the hard copy, but I don't have that.
We have talked about this for 4 hours in a previous council meeting, and so to relitigate this again,
Okay. What's your point of order, Councilwoman Martin Rogers? What's the rule number?
The rule number, I believe, that the council member was looking for was professionalism and standards for council and committee, MN. That's not a rule. MN, professionalism? You look at our chart rules, those are 1 to 38. Okay, we're done. We're drawing
All right.
the order. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, council. We have on the floor right now, we don't have any, do we have a motion for executives? That was the last one that we had. So we do not have that one. That was not ruled upon. So the summer winter rates, we're going to put that on the next meeting so that we can vote on
so we just had a discussion that stated that we don't need to vote up or down to go back on summer rates.
Okay, so we're not, so that there is no motion, so this moves forward. Okay. On
sorry.
item number 6.
Madam
now.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn into executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
So, I think in the
All
discussion,
those
we
in-
can go into how many each person has.
Okay.
Wait. Is there a
Go ahead.
specific reason? Are we in discussion? I'm sorry.
Because it's 10:30, and if we keep,
Mhm.
not gonna get there until 2 a.m.
Madam Mayor, Mike.
No, ma'am. None.
Councilwoman Ziegler, any items?
I have 2 personnel and 1 real estate.
Councilman Mitchell.
I have 1 personnel.
City Manager Jones. 1 personnel.
1 personnel and 2 real estate.
City Attorney Wiggins. Okay. Okay, 2, 4,
Madam Mayor,
8, 6, 3. Yes?
I'll add 1 real estate.
You gonna add a real estate? You got a 4 and a possible? Okay, all right. If you gonna add a real estate, which 1 real estate? Okay. All right, freely. So that's 4. So we have 8 personnel, 6 legal, and then 4 real estate. All right. All in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Ayes have it. We're moving into executive session.
So moved.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay.
Oh, did we lose?
So we're back into our regular meeting. We need 1 more. Okay. Can I have a motion to proceed as discussed in the Bucknell case?
So moved.
Any discussion? No. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? I have a motion to proceed as discussed in the Masalanda
So moved.
case. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion to proceed as discussed in the Duffy case.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And motion to move as discussed in the Goodine matter.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, motion to move forward as discussed in the Glanton case. Okay.
Second.
Bless you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
What's happening?
Second, okay. All right, so.
Okay, so we have some remaining items on the agenda.
Wait, we got to accept the executive session minutes.
Motion to accept the executive session minutes.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
All
Motion
right.
passes.
I'd like to make item number 11, Madam Deputy City Clerk, I'd like that to go to the May work session.
Item number 11.
Yes, and if I could have a vote of council, I've gotten input as it relates to a resolution for city council established procedures for the work session agenda. I'd like a motion for our city attorney to take all of the notes, the previous resolution that has been sent and everything, and provide us with an ordinance for a resolution for our established procedures for work session. Yes, with all of the notes, everything that has been provided, I feel as though we don't need a resolution. We have several resolutions related to the establishment of the work session. It should be an ordinance, a policy change.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
All right, and the last thing that I have on the agenda was the discussion and possible action on a council retreat. I did not put any dates on that resolution and just left it kind of open for a biannual retreat at council's discretion. That way, it's not binding. So that is a council retreat resolution, and I would like to move that. I would like if you all are in support tonight, I'd like for us to vote on that tonight or just move it to the agenda for Monday. Huh? Huh? Will I do what? Oh, yes, I will. Absolutely, yeah. So are we all in favor to pass that resolution or what? It's biannual, it's so generic.
Okay,
So moved.
great. Any discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those
All right,
opposed?
and then the last item is the Victory Park. That's not my item, but I do think that that is important. It was a resolution.
that?
That's item number 32.
Okay.
It
Yeah.
was a resolution for the rededication of Victory Park. As I was looking at this item, I like the idea of the rededication, but I think that, oh, I thought you said, will I do? Oh, my gosh. Well, I was going to say that I do think a proclamation should come along with that on either Veterans Day or Memorial Day. So I was in support of the rededication as long as a resolution is provided. Not a resolution, but a proclamation.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin Rogers. And yes, part of my back and forth, just verifying the resolution was properly phrased. The city attorney did recommend a proclamation, which I fully support. So when we decide on a date, should this pass, we would have a proclamation. This would be simply a rededication of the park, which is immediately behind us. The Parks Department has put a lot of effort into really bringing that park back. They relit the Eternal Flame Tower, and so in discussion with Mr. Pinkett and so on, he felt that it would be nice to have some kind of a ceremony. So this is simply a resolution recognizing the importance of this memorial park and establishing that council would like to rededicate it. I've suggested adding a small plaque with the mayor and council and the date of the rededication to the Eternal Flame Tower, and we can choose a date. I had thought of D-Day, which is June 6th, but we can look at other dates if we need more time. So that would be my request.
So moved.
Wait, I got a comment.
Oh.
Yes, I just wanted to publicly say thank you, Councilmember Friedley. I know that you have put a lot of thought and effort into making sure that the park was restored and that we properly memorialized our veterans. So I want to publicly say thank you for your effort, and I'd gladly support this resolution and proclamation.
Do we get,
He
we
made the
have a
motion?
second?
Can you repeat, do you want to repeat the motion for the record?
Sure. I would just like to make a motion for council to agree that we will hold a rededication ceremony through resolution along with a proclamation for Victory Park.
Second still stands.
It is.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Do we have a quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope, we need
to
a quorum.
redo the vote. Do we have a quorum, Madam City Attorney?
Did we lose quorum with her out? No. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so that goes.
Madam
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to move my item, strategic realignment of cultural affairs and housing for community impact and growth, that update to the first meeting in May. I do not have the date, but it's the first Monday in May. May 4th.
May?
Yes.
Item number 4 is moving to May 4th.
All right, and then I'm in. All right, and I'm not sure, I see that she is gone, but I've been advised that item number 6, can you give us some more information on item number 6, Dr. Hemming?
Mr. City Manager, is it accurate that the budget transfer from the Ward D Get Lit litter campaign account has been rebudgeted or reallocated, transferred to this office?
That is correct, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jones. All right, motion to adjourn?
No, I have 2 items.
Oh, okay.
I will move items number 34, 35, and, right, number 33, 34, 35 to the May regular meeting.
Madam Mayor, item number 34 is going to be an ordinance. If you'd like to put some input on that and provide it to the city attorney. Yeah, that's something that I've been working on. Item number 34, the discussion and direction on work session agenda procedures.
That's 33.
So are you,
Well, we changed it to 33 and 34.
so do you want to, I guess, collaborate or provide your input on what is already happening to make it an ordinance? Okay, so we can remove that item altogether. But you have to get with the city attorney because it was just a lot of dialogue.
Okay, and then item number 34 was just a monthly reports from staff. This monthly reports from staff, including communication and digital performance, so we can discuss that. It can be move into a work session to get more information about it, but I would recommend, I'm asking for staff to come up with their own monthly reports just to give us some KPIs on how to.
I'd like to discuss that, but can we do it at the next meeting, April 20th?
We can do it April 20, okay.
Just to discuss
Can we
it.
move it to April 20th?
Just to discuss it.
confirm? Yes, monthly department.
Just to
status.
discuss it, yes.
What did you do with the work session follow-up and budget calendar?
Are you going to put that on the next meeting or what? Because the budget is due to us April 20th. It should be provided to council per charter, April 20th.
And the calendar's already been provided to us.
Okay,
So remove that, or what do you want to do?
we're gonna push it, we're gonna
Number 8, you needed to do something with
remove it.
Number 35?
35, 30,
8.
33, remove
So what
it.
about the budget? What are we doing with that? The budget follow-up in the calendar?
That was gonna be at the next meeting,
Okay, thank you.
yes.
All right.
Did you get that, Madam
Number
Deputy?
8 was removed.
Okay.
Next regular meeting, and so is the monthly department status report, regular meeting.
Madam
That's it.
Mayor?
Sorry, yes.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Nope. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it. We are adjourned. Good night, East Point.